Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
Well, that didn't work out. What's up, Michael? For now, while I get some things set up.
We put holes in the wall, so I wanted to get like those hooks, but you know those things cost, what's that stuff? Money. You got to buy them. So eventually, I was going to buy a bunch of those like command hooks and stick them to the wall, and then I can hang stuff. Because yeah, I mean, I know, you know, that once I have all my equipment back to normal, and I can do the voice of the voodoo doll again, and I can do my regular applause and all that, and sound effects, and have my wall backdrop and everything the way it used to be. In the meantime, I do have this, but I don't necessarily like it all the time because it just feels like it's obviously like my headphones. You see like a gap, and it just seems fake.
I heard he got out,
and it takes more memory from my computer, and my computer isn't running good in the first place. So I don't know. Oh, but you know what? I did think of this. Wait a minute. That reminds me. I totally forgot. I thought about this the other day. So now you got me thinking, let me try something different. Let me try something a little bit different. I got an idea. Darth Glenn breath voice. Ray, remind me to contact you later about boosting the Bob channel profile. I forgot before. I bought that poster. Yes, absolutely. Ray has this poster. She has it on her wall.
Is anyone listening to him? Ray, I'm kind of listening to him, but I don't think he's really saying anything.
Is he saying anything? Pencil of it, yeah, right up here on my shelf. But,
I'm just waiting for him to get triggered.
That gave me an idea
the chat.
of something I thought of before, but I haven't tried it. I thought of trying it, but then I never did. So now let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, that's what I heard too, Mike.
Let's see. I wish I remember what I called the file. So that
probably has something to do with food.
You have two messages.
I took a picture.
I wonder what his file names are. I'm curious to know what his file's names are now, man.
Of the wall that I had behind me in Florida.
Yo, what's up, Benjamin?
And now I'm like, well, maybe I could use that picture, like this fake background. I could use that picture, so it would be the same background you guys are used to. But I mean, it would be a virtual
for money for
version
command
of it.
hooks. Command hooks.
But let's see if I could find that original photograph.
Nuggets and sauce.
Oh.
Oh no!
You washing dishes?
Let's see.
Yeah, he's not saying anything. Just repeating useless fucking. He's not doing nothing. He's making himself look confused right now.
Boom 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 bop do da bop ba da bop bop ba da bop do bop 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 da da bop bop da 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 bop. Do 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 do. All right. Do 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 do. What are you doing, Hez? What are you doing? I don't know yet, man. I haven't figured it out yet.
Rip, man.
I'm trying to do something. I know that.
Fucking rip. The sauce is wearing off.
Thursday, 9:16 a.m.
What the? That's Voodoo Bob! Ah! I'm being attacked by Voodoo Bob! Help! Get that thing out of here! Those things are dangerous.
9:33.
No, come on.
Yeah, hi. My name is Angel, and I'm with
Did I get hacked by Graham? What are you doing,
together
man?
the Rocket sports schedules, and I'm working on the football schedule right now.
Ray is right. What did you say? Ray's always right.
He's reporting Bow's channel. God damn it.
We need to get Graham and
I hate-
Bob's
I hate
more
getting
subs.
reported.
Yes.
Every time someone reports me,
Absolutely.
YouTube sends me an email. It's like, hey man, you've been reported. Did Head smoke some weed? You think he smoked some weed just now?
They're so awesome, fantastic. That's right. That's right.
In
Which
between
boy
the
went to the Pentagon? It was lame. Oh, I'm sure. Hey guys, can I come in here and film? No. Oh, all right. Bye. Support the Graham and Bob show.
Yo,
everybody.
welcome in
We love
everyone
the
to
Graham and Bob
Indoctrinate
show.
from
Please support the
Indoctrination
channel.
Stream, man. Thank you for the
Thank you
restream,
guys
Doc.
so much. We're just at about
We
the
appreciate
3
you,
hour
man.
mark, and
Here on the show,
my computer is being
we like
so
to
bad.
smoke weed, say la
Like I was
rata.
saying
Smoke weed,
yesterday,
say la
I've been having
rata.
trouble with my laptop.
Smoke weed, say la rata.
So I can't figure out if it was the internet.
Welcome
or
in,
the
Doc's
laptop that
viewers.
was causing trouble today. But I'm gonna try and figure that out now. Pretty much as soon as I log off, I'm gonna reboot and then start digging through and see if I can find out what's going on. I love you guys. Thank you guys. You're the best fans in the world, as always. So glad that you joined me once again. Love you guys. Thank you so much. And I will see you guys.
He was trying to figure out if he should end his show or not, I guess, was what he was doing.
Everyone, run for your life. Run for your life. Row. Now, no, you run for life, not wife. Run for your life. Well, of course, Phoenix, of course. That, and then in a time of war, isn't there something about not holding an election? It's fried rice, you prick. You prick. Exactly my point, Mitten State. That's what I was getting at. Abolish the Federal Reserve. All right, Dennis, you have a good day, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. The Fed loans money to itself and then charges us the interest. Roo Rimmin. Roo Rimmin. Yeah, fractional banking, but exponential taxing. Now look at all the fucking clouds going on. Look at all the sheeting going on.
All right. Sorry, guys.
Pretty fucked up, ain't it, Nidden? All the Chinese in England live in Harrow. How convenient is that, Albie? All the Chinese in England live in Harrow.
You know, I don't
Ooh,
want
tweak a rebrand.
donos coming from the people or views coming from the people that just want to watch me fucking lose everything.
He killed Ouchie. Ouchie's
for
dead?
entertainment. So, I don't know.
I thought Ouchie was still alive.
Simple as that. Don't have
I
to
didn't
be-
hear Ouchie
yeah,
passing
it
away.
ain't deep. It don't have to be any deeper than that. The audience doesn't exist, while at the same time there's people saying, proud of you, Tone, cheers. Like, thank you, Spawn, appreciate you, man. Stay up, bro, appreciate you, Perez. Even
Rip Willie, is that always good to meet your idol? Yeah, it happens, man.
Actually are good people, bro. They're just taking part of the chat, you know, taking part in the chat.
It appears as though he works for JBL. Yeah, he works for JBL. He works for JBL.
You'd be surprised how many people do that, but actually are really nice people.
You like Mal's JBL playing Tom songs?
Some of them, there's no mistake. But, you know.
It's not me, Linda.
that I'm
It's the
talking about.
goddamn chatters. I wish I had the money to fucking make that shit go off. It would be playing all sorts of shit, you know what I mean? But it's not me. I try to explain to everyone, but they don't believe me. They think that it's me doing it. It's not me.
Still you don't lose, though. You know what I'm saying?
Some people get it, some people don't. Some people are like, what? You work for JBL? And I'll be like, yeah, man, buddy. It's the goddamn chatters. It's not even me. Yo, look at these murderers' ears right here, man. Is that ears of a murderer right here, all pointy and murderous? You guys see that right here? Why does this tweaker think we're gonna forget that he killed Willie, man? Like, does this tweaker think we're just gonna forget about it just because he stopped tweaking and started smoking weed?
Sorry, dude. I usually have the 30-second roll technique. Never takes me longer than 30 seconds after I got the butt broke up. But we totally fumbled.
It's like
but it's okay. It's still gonna come out.
Callahan stream.
Justice for Willie, man.
I ain't gonna let it be bad. Izzy, you wanna help me?
Speaker speaking.
There we go. Talking. And we're done.
Leprechaun is. You guys see a Leppy? You know it is, well. I know, right? Yo, this guy's a ginge, man. Why did he dye his hair? Evil ass fucking ginge, man. What happened to Turtle Boy? Turtle Boy is at the hearing. Tom is inside the hearing. So his stream is just a blank right now because, you know, he's inside trying to get the scoop. No one knows what's going on with Turtle Boy. Does anyone know what's going on with Turtle Boy? Well, he's at the hearing, I think. There's one.
Public space, remember?
Back up.
Public space.
Back up.
Public space.
Get out of my face.
Sure.
You just can't videotape anywhere you want.
In fact, you need to supplement that.
I need to stop recording. I'm not going to. That would be a violation of the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution, sir. You should know that as the sheriff.
Yes.
So if I do not leave, you will arrest me.
Yes. Giving you a lot of order to leave because you were making everybody uneasy. You know what? I need to see your ID right now, please.
For what?
I'm investigating the incident. License, please.
Go get the sheriff's.
No, license. I'm investigating an incident.
Don't put your hands in your pockets.
If I get caught on
Sir,
anything,
my hand is not in my pocket. Please calm down. Hey, what's up, guys? Long Island Audit here. Back again with another installment of Throwback Thursday. Today, we're going to be taking a look at my audit of the Greenbrier County Government Building in West Virginia. The sheriff and county attorney both laughed at violating my constitutional rights and had me thrown out by the goons in front of you under threat of arrest. They were never held accountable and never will be. Stay tuned to the end to see how these tyrants got away with this injustice. Let's get into it.
Sir, we don't want you recording in here. I'm sorry. We're not giving you permission to record us.
You're not giving me permission?
No.
I'm just taking some pictures and video, ma'am.
Are you videoing?
Yeah, I'm taking some video, yeah.
But I don't want to be on your video.
But you weren't on the video
I
until
am right now.
because you started talking to me, ma'am, right? That doesn't make sense.
You can't videotape it. You can't do that.
Excuse me, sir?
You can't videotape it.
Who are you?
I'm security of the courthouse.
Let's take a step back.
No, you can't videotape it here.
You're security? Are you
Yes.
law enforcement or
Yes.
just
Yes,
security?
I'm part of law enforcement, yes.
Part of law enforcement?
Yes.
So what agency do you work for?
For the sheriff's department, Greenbrier County Sheriff's Department.
Okay.
You can't videotape in here.
Why is that? This is public area, sir.
You cannot videotape in. Let's go.
Sir, this is a public area.
Hey, call a deputy.
You just told me to call a deputy for what? Let's go see if we can speak to his supervisor. So, are you a supervisor here, or
You reach out to
are you a supervisor here, sir?
Security. What's going on?
Oh, I'm just trying to record and gather some news content, but then the other security guard.
Hey, this. Can you send this to the right at this courthouse?
I'm suspicious. That's interesting.
Are you video?
What makes me suspicious, sir?
Are you video?
What makes me suspicious, sir? Okay.
I'm not answering any more questions. So we get the deputy down here. Hopefully we can sort this all out peacefully. Excuse me, ma'am. Yeah, I'm just. Are you the deputy that this gentleman just called?
From the sheriff's office.
And can I get your name and badge number, please, sir?
Do what?
Your name and badge number, sir?
For what reason?
Because just to identify yourself to a member of the public, that's all.
No. Work from the county.
You're from the county, that's it?
Yeah, that's all you get from me.
Why would that be?
I don't know what you're using it for.
Because you're a public official, so you're a public servant. I'm just asking
You're
for your
smart,
name.
guy. Figure it out.
Okay. All right, let's go try and do our public records.
I'm looking at the right one.
For the county here.
Oh, I'm looking at Detroit.
We got
No
a little
reason.
side.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Hopefully everything works out and everything's all right. Excuse me, where would I do an open records request for the county? An open records request for the county? I'm an independent journalist. I'm working on a story. I'm trying to get some public information, like an open records request. Have you ever heard of that? Freedom of Information Act.
Not. Are you talking about like court cases or what?
No, I'm talking about for the county itself, like as far as the people who work for the county, public information. Like I need to know who's the names of the people working for the county here, their salaries, title.
She's not even here. Is Kelly here? I don't know. I was looking for Kelly and I didn't see her.
Hopefully someone can help us out.
It would be with the county commission. I just don't, our boss isn't here, so I don't know where exactly it's published or where you would find it.
Yeah, it's usually like there's usually like a form where I fill out and I can request public documents.
That might be through
That's
the
what I'm
county
telling.
commission. I tried calling her. Their office.
Because there's another event going
Okay.
on too.
All right.
But I tried calling her, but she didn't answer.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
You looking for an office?
Yeah, I'm looking for the county commission.
Oh, actually, other direction.
Other direction? Okay.
All right, we're back.
Hi, ma'am. How are you? Yeah, I'm here to do an open records request for the county. Excuse me. Public records request. I'm sorry. No one knew what that was upstairs. So.
Are you filming right now?
Yeah, I'm taking some pictures and video. That's great. I'm an independent journalist.
I was gonna say you can answer her. I thought maybe it was my banker.
Oh, I came down there, but it's not. Okay. Well, you have to fill out a FOIA request.
Yeah, that's. Do you have one here?
We don't have a form.
I could just write it on a piece of paper. That's fine. That's fine. Hi, sir. How are you?
Good.
Are you in charge of the gentleman upstairs?
Yes.
The security? Can I just get your name, sir?
Sheriff
You're the sheriff? And your name, sir?
Bruce.
Bruce. Okay. Sheriff Bruce. The security upstairs were, escalating the situation, wouldn't identify themselves to me. I'm trying to explain to them that I'm just an independent journalist gathering content for a story. They told me that that I wasn't permitted to record in publicly accessible areas. So
Well, there are some security
Yeah, there are
concerns.
security concerns.
security concerns.
You can't violate those.
What are the security concerns?
The security's not concerned with the building. You just can't videotape anywhere you want.
That's for sure. Anywhere that's publicly accessible or a public area, I can record. Just like I'm doing right now.
In fact, you need to stop doing that.
I need to stop recording. I'm not going to. There's nothing illegal about what I'm doing here. I'm just recording.
Well, what's your name?
My first name's Sean. Can I get your name, ma'am?
Sure, it's Britt Ledway.
Oh, okay.
What's your last name?
Sheriff Bruce. I don't want to give any personal identifying information, only because
You
I'm still.
identifying information from us.
You only gave me your first name, Bruce.
My last name's Sloan.
Sir, we
What's
have a
yours?
lot of people who have legal problems in this building, and so it's absolutely justifiable to ask you to identify yourself.
I just told you my name is Sean. I'm working on a story. The reason why is that I don't want to compromise the story before it's published. That's the only reason. I don't want to compromise the story I'm working on before it's published.
So who are you working with?
I'm an independent journalist. That means I work for myself.
Where are you based out of?
I don't want to give any identifying information, just not to compromise my story. That's all.
Well, it's appropriate to ask you to exit the courthouse if you are not willing to identify yourself.
That is
Because of security reasons.
that is not accurate at all.
That is accurate.
This is a public building. I have a right to access the public building. How you doing today, sir?
I'd like to know who's in the building.
You don't.
Yes,
do you
we
get
do.
you get everybody's ID when they walk in the building, sir? Or is it just
You ask
because?
for it?
Ask for it, yes.
No, that's not true at all. That would be a violation of the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution, sir. You should know that as the sheriff.
Yes.
Yeah, the right to search and seizure. You can't seize my identity. You can't seize my identity.
Okay, come on.
Okay, don't put your hands on me.
Well, you
If I do, I'm trying to do a FOIA request. I'm trying to do a FOIA request. I have a right to access public
You
information.
need to film the building to do a FOIA request.
Yes, I do. I'm a journalist. It's called. You ever heard of the First Amendment, ma'am?
She's the
Okay, so the First Amendment, what does it give us? The freedom of press, correct?
well,
Gives you the
So
freedom.
you're trampling on my freedom of press. It gives us all the freedom of press too.
All right, come on.
Will you arrest me if I do not leave the building? We need to be clear because we need to be clear. Just want to be clear because what happens next is a federal civil rights lawsuit, ma'am, and it's on you.
Well, here, I'm asking you to leave. I'm giving you.
Can I get your title?
to leave?
Can I get your title? And then I will leave.
I'm asking you to leave, please.
So if I do not leave, you will arrest me.
Yes.
Can I get your name and badge number? Sir.
Well, keep it up, and you'll see it on the criminal report. Keep going.
Am I not making an attempt to leave, sir?
Slowly, but yeah.
Okay. Are you going to tell me to run?
No.
Okay,
You're good.
great. So I will make my
Watch
way.
out, you're gonna hit the wall.
I will make my way.
It's kind of hard
So
to
your
see
name
where
is
you're going.
Sergeant Bennett.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see
you-
where you're going.
You work for the sheriff's department here.
Yes, sir.
Why are you violating my constitutional rights, Sergeant Bennett?
I'm just asking you to leave, sir.
I have a right to access this building. This is a public building, sir.
I'm not giving you a lawful order to leave because you are making everybody uneasy and you can't allow.
Uneasy by
Yeah.
recording.
Yep. Keep going.
It's a First Amendment protected activity, sir.
Keep going.
It's a First Amendment protected activity. So you're making a big mistake here. You're opening up your county to a federal
Okay.
federal civil rights lawsuit.
Where are you from?
That doesn't matter, sir.
Well, you asked me
The
about
United-
my questions. And I can,
The United States Constitution.
you had to come up.
The United States
Hold on, hold
Constitution
on.
doesn't
No.
end in West Virginia, sir.
No, you're going about this all stupid. You're asking me for my name, my unit number, and everything. Well, what's yours? What's your name?
My
Where
name
you
is
from?
Sean, sir.
Where you from?
Where are you from? Where do you live?
Like Greenbrier County. What do you think? Because I'm my deputy in Greenbrier County. Where do you live?
Gotcha.
Where do you live?
So you're kicking me out of a public building, aren't you, Sergeant?
Where do you live?
Back up, please. Back up.
I'm not touching you.
Back
It's
up.
public space, remember?
Back up.
Public space.
Back up.
Public space.
Get
Keep
out of
walking.
my face. I'm
Public
walking.
space.
Get out of my face.
Public space. Keep walking.
Think you're real tough, don't you?
Go that way.
You're gonna regret this.
Okay.
You're gonna regret it.
It's all good.
I
Go
promise
ahead.
you that.
I don't think he's going to
Wait,
regret it.
You just violated my constitutional rights.
How?
I have freedom of press. I'm a journalist. I have a right to access this building. Arnett is
Actually,
security.
you know what? I need to see your ID right now, please.
For what?
I'm investigating the incident.
What incident? What's the
They
crime?
called because
What's
you
your
make-
reasonable, articulable suspicion that I've committed a crime, sir?
Suspicious person inside the courthouse making everybody uneasy.
That's not a crime.
Give me your license.
That's not a
right now.
crime, sir.
License
Speak to
right
your
now.
supervisor, please.
License. You just talked to him. He was a sheriff. License, please.
Go get the sheriff, sir.
No, license.
I didn't commit a crime, sir. You just said I
License.
didn't commit a crime.
License.
What crime have I committed?
For one, you're making everybody uneasy.
That's not a
I
crime,
didn't
sir.
say it's a crime. I said it's an incident. I'm investigating an incident.
But you need reasonable, articulable suspicion of a crime to demand ID from me, sir.
No. If I get caught on anything,
Don't put your hands in your pockets.
if I get caught on
Sir,
anything,
my hand is not in my pocket.
I said
Please
near your
calm down.
pockets.
Please calm down.
Listen.
I went into a courthouse. I don't have any weapons on me.
listen.
That's a good, real investigative work you're doing there.
When anybody
I just was in a courthouse.
When anybody calls for cops, that requires an investigation.
Sir, he's trying to demand ID from me. Please, Sheriff. He's trying to demand ID from me or he's going to arrest me.
You're out of the courthouse now, so.
Yeah, so go back to work. Do what you need to do. You're not getting my ID.
If you come back in again.
You're not getting my ID. Yeah, for trespassing, correct? You're trespassing me from the building?
No, you just need to identify yourself.
So I can't enter in the courthouse without identifying myself? Is that what you're saying?
Now, that's correct.
No one else does it. Why do I have to do it?
You are refusing to. You're the one videoing.
Because it's a First Amendment protected activity. Sheriff, you are going to regret this, Sheriff. You are making a big mistake. And you were never going to get my ID. None of you were. What a bunch of tyrants. Wow. What a bunch of tyrants here in West Virginia, man. That is insane.
All right, fellow patriots. So the big question is, how do these tyrants get away with this injustice? Well, after the recording of this video, I immediately contacted several civil rights attorneys in West Virginia, and none of them wanted to take this case, even though they knew my constitutional rights had been violated. The statute of limitations has unfortunately run out because in West Virginia, it is only 1 year. Imagine only having a year to file a civil rights lawsuit when the government gets years to charge the people with crimes. I wanted to make this video so you all can know how difficult it is to hold these tyrants accountable. There are a lot of attorneys out there, especially in West Virginia, who are scared or unwilling to go against the government. I will be doing a revisit soon, so stay tuned to the channel and have notifications turned on so you don't miss it. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. As always, stay safe. God bless. I'll see you in the next video. Long Island Audit. Peace.
Texas Rail Fan, thank you. I appreciate you. Absolutely, Edwina. Hey, Doc. Yeah, we're back. What a fucking clusterfuck. I don't understand it. Must be all the precious metals in the air. Email you? All right. I'm in danger.
Oh my God. Impact upon social speaking. How can I help you?
Probably, Danny.
Hello? Impact upon social.
Well, I might need one, Edwina. I mean, wait.
Yes, I can. I can hear you. No, we don't hire for the we don't hire for them anymore.
That would surprise me a bit, Edwina.
We have crews for the Mudhens and the Hamptons.
Lots of copper in traffic cams, block cameras. Just a little bit of information.
Sorry, are you talking to me? Yeah, that's 15. That's 15 an hour there. In the Huntington Center is Electricon is $16. Yes. Well, there's a first shift, which is an 8-hour shift Monday through Friday, and then there's a third shift, which is the 10-hour shift, which is Monday through Thursday. Yes. It depends on what line you go in. The start time for day shift is 8 o'clock, and then okay. Yes. 15. Cleaning up after the
You're
game.
getting those two? Hell yeah. Long
Well,
live
whatever
the
days
crackheads.
they have games, home games. No. Just like it's every other week, almost all week. Right? But it's only for like at the most for like 4 hours. So.
Damn, well. Get you
Yes,
some
50
rest.
cents more.
Rest up, Edwina. They're saying about 300 miles
Yes,
on them.
9:30
Tilted.
is the first day start time, but then it depends on what line you end up on. It depends on the line, sir. I've said this 3 times. It depends on the line. It's a 10-hour shift, so it's 10 hours plus a half hour for lunch. So
They say 300 to 500 miles, but
7.
think of all that torque on icy roads and the windy roads here in.
Man, I can't deal with this language. I'm gonna have to we think. Hey, Matt. No.
The back of that truck, that box says Hitachi. You guys see that? Now you know what cupping is. Yeah, I was going to ask you if that was cupping. Kilted, there are diesel-powered trucks out here that have solar panels on them, so I can see that being all right, but wouldn't work in wintertime. Tops of the trailers get covered with snow. Hey, Habit, good to see you, brother. What's up, Gregory? Welcome in, man. Now, where are we going to take a break at? Let's go right there. That's where we'll take our break.
Okay, sorry guys.
Whoa.
Glad to be with you. It's been a while since we've done an Ash Wednesday here. What else could we do? I started this off really well. Sound like I have a stroke. When we have the quartering.
That's me.
Is that your last name?
Unofficially, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. No, we have Jeremy, of course, of the quartering. I don't even honestly. You're in my phone as Jeremy Quartering.
That's fine by me. I'm not offended by it.
Okay.
You know, I think you're in my phone as like LWC parentheses do not answer.
Yeah, I was going to say often it's just the company name is Prick.
Yeah.
So, but this Prick is going to teach you how to smoke a cigar here today.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
You can watch him on Rumble at 5:30 Eastern. Jeremy the Quartering has been a friend of the show, and we've been a fan of his for a while. I know I kind of pre-lit that for you, but if now
sell me out immediately.
No, because a lot of people who want to look like they smoke cigars, they don't realize that if you light it unevenly, you're actually not getting the blend that they intended. So now you.
But now they're going to know I didn't know that.
Well, it's fine though. I want you to have a good experience. It's not about appearing like you smoke cigars on a yacht. It's about enjoying the experience.
Well, I was just about to roll out Cigar Brand cigars.
Oh, geez. It's probably coming from the same factory. So.
Distinguished.
Mm-hmm.
I feel a little bit smarter too.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you do. So that's all that matters. If you feel smart, that's today's mantra, right? If you feel it, then it is.
Looks like Jessica Johnson's the only one.
They are real.
Yeah.
They are incredibly real. And then you have some people. Well, you were saying when you're staying here at the hotel, before we get into some of these topics, there's some crazy people who've been trying to offer you, once they found out you were a YouTuber, right? That's the term they use now. They wanted to offer you like homeopathic medicine.
Some very, yes, it may be fine, but I prefer to talk to a doctor generally. Generally.
Especially if I'm going to be stripping down.
Well, they had,
Otherwise,
they had to say, it's been a long time since I've had to do a suppository. So I was like, I need to talk over to my doctor.
Oh, I don't have to do a suppository. I just strip down. It's just standard protocol.
Oh, when the doctor walks in the room, you're nude.
I just like the feeling of the butcher paper on my skin the way God made me.
That really is nice. There's something very utilitarian about
yes,
that.
Yes. That's like, let's just skip this here. Let's get to why you came into the office, doctor. It turns out that's not why he's come at all. He's actually come to examine my health.
Oh.
So they're trying to get
miscommunication.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're trying to sell you on like homeopathic medicine.
Okay, it was some sort of stuff. Oh, they're going to be mad now, and they see that.
Oh, I'm sorry. We don't have to. I don't want to throw them under the bus.
I won't mention them by name.
Okay.
Susan. And their product might be fine, but I was just thinking to myself, like, yeah, I've never met Steven Crowder before. I'm not even bringing anything to show of my own, but I'm going to go here. Hey, check out this drug that I don't know anything about.
Yes.
You should talk about. All same convention, and I thought about trying to sneak in there because I was curious. I'm always trying to follow the new thing because sometimes it's real.
Sure.
Like CBD, for example, it can be good,
right?
But it also can be sold as like a panacea cure-all,
yes,
which I don't like.
Exactly.
So I try to stay aware of what's the next thing.
There are a handful of supplements that actually are kind of proven. One is creatine that people sort of know about. If you need a multivitamin, turmeric curcumin is one, and fish oil, and some people even argue about that. Then there are others for specific issues that maybe make sense. But when they sell something as like you said, a panacea, a cure-all, no single substance can do all those things. I don't know if you're circuit. It's not out, but you might need to be a little more aggressive with it. There you go.
Email still
CBD is a good example. We have a sponsor, CB Distillery.
Yeah.
And their stuff is lab tested, which is great. That what you're getting is exactly what you're getting. They don't go too far off the beam with the science. It's the same thing with marijuana in general. I do think it has some uses. We've talked about that. I think it's very overblown. Where they, especially the commercials now, like wake and bake. Like here's the thing: no one says wake up and drink, you have a problem. But wake and bake, and you can get the gas station like 250 milligram gummies where you're on the moon.
Yeah, that's I've been to the moon. It's not that great. And then the problem is once you're on the moon at 8:30 in the morning, you have like a whole day ahead of you.
Right.
I'm going to send you a text. And
that's a real bummer. But I do think, there are good things. I try to be aware, as it is with when you run a channel too, you get people who sponsors, things like that. And I try to suss them out a little bit and be like, hey, I know you're selling like ground up deer penis. I get that some Native American tribe did this.
Yeah. Is it the same tribe that had 54 genders as they try and argue?
Yeah, right.
Which doesn't exist.
Spirit gender. Yeah. So it is something I'm constantly aware of because when you have an audience, you got to protect them. You can't just say, hey, this is great, I'm going to sell this thing to you.
Well, this is interesting too, because, and I want to get into why you kind of got into this space, with my background, started acting when I was a teenager and doing stand-up that in my later teens, how someone kind of gets into the space from your, walk in life.
Yeah.
But with sponsors, that is a consistent issue. I'm sure you see this, right? Where these companies pop up, they're chop shops. They pop up where they're a marketing company that happens to create a product so they can sell it on shows.
Correct.
On podcasts.
Yeah.
And they'll approach you and they'll often offer a lot of money because they've just run some numbers. They've looked at the algorithms and
try
the
newest one.
Or these are also usually the companies that say, you have to tell everyone you take it and tell everyone that I have a hard line in the sand. Like I will promote a product, but I won't say I take it if I don't take it.
Yeah.
And they'll say, I've had people say like, oh, well, what you really got to do is like say, oh, I just stumbled across this crazy thing. And this, like, I don't do that because first of all, when it's like health supplements, I'm like, my viewers are like they're like, come on, player.
This guy's email Is
In
Courtney
general,
Flintstone's
I would imagine if it's
pickup
covered
kid
in
at
cheese.
gmail.com.
if it's cheese or fried,
Yeah.
they're going to say, okay,
Wisconsin. You got
yeah, I believe this guy. I believe that he consumes this, or some sort of liquor or
applying for a
beer.
job with
But
an email that
usually
says
it's
Courtney
the health space that's
Flintstone's
I'm
pickup
very
kid
cautious
at
about.
gmail.com.
Yes. No, you're absolutely right. And it's one of the, especially because it's not regulated.
Right.
We've been pretty
I
fortunate
just found
because
out
we're
because he
largely
said it
supported
to me.
by
I was just
you,
like,
know,
tell you
monthly.
what, I'm gonna
We
send you a
don't run
text.
that many searches.
Right.
Early on, I just didn't want to be beholden to it. So every sponsor that we've
Exactly what it is.
used is either someone who I reached out to, was a product that I happened to use, or something that I thought was useful.
Those are the best.
Yeah.
And I always like selling those. Like,
right.
I'm not going to name drop anybody, but it's like, when you have, product, they like it's great. It doesn't feel like an ad. It's like, I take this stuff, or I use this product, or so it's like, it doesn't feel slimy. It doesn't feel like you're selling something. You're just being totally honest.
Well, if you're not providing, this is my point of view, if you're not providing a value added to the person watching or listening right now, you're effectively selling them as
somebody in the room.
Yes.
And like, for example, I have the drug test to prove it. I use CB Distillery after my surgery because they can only write 7 days of pain prescriptions. And when you do like a whole life insurance test and you have to do blood work, they're like, oh yeah, what's this? There's THC when it's even 0.3%. And add the QR code or the lab certificate.
Yeah.
And I go, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. So I have literally the drug test to prove that I used it, or Walther, we reached out to them. But if I'm just going, hey, I want to make some money and I know this is useless. This happened to me one time. I sold clothes to a guy. I worked at the French Canadian version of Nordstrom's called Les Ailes. And they had a promotion for a clothing company. I shouldn't say what it is, Decker. And
I shouldn't say this, but.
And they were like, if the person who sells the most Decker clothing this month gets, I don't know, some kind of a prize.
Yeah, spiff or whatever, yeah.
And I sold it. There was this guy who came in with his mom who obviously didn't know how to dress. And I sold him this god-awful Eurotrash clothing. And I did it one time.
Yeah.
I said, I'm never going to do it again because I'm not doing my job. And then I was promptly fired, as I should have been.
Yeah,
but
right.
It's a horrible feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a few sponsors too come through and, selling land in Scotland kind of stuff, or hypothetical
kind of stuff. That seems oddly specific.
It could be anybody.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff, or I've gotten more careful through the years now, and that's the responsibility that you have as the gatekeeper, because just like they always say, if the product is free, you're the product. In a way that our viewers are our products, but I think creators like you and myself and many others, we're more protective. Not everyone's like that. Everyone's just like, whatever, I'll take the money, I'll take the ad money. It's the same reason I don't do gambling ads. No disrespect to people that do. I have an addictive personality, so I don't want to people. I don't want to do gambling ads, that kind of stuff.
Did you
All right, so Mud Hens.
I don't want to. Did you ever do Quip toothbrush?
No.
Oh, okay, thank God, because they did it.
2.5 hours. So 9 o'clock. 9 p.m. What happened?
Where they were doing this whole thing with conservatives, right? And then they do a whole with their rainbow Quip toothbrush.
Oh,
I was like, oh, thank God, I never actually sold Quip toothbrush.
I remember I was pre-Freedom phones. Did you do Freedom phones, Steven?
No, I didn't do them.
Oh,
no, I didn't do them.
Yeah.
Is that the one where it was like they used Sprint towers, but you were actually put into a queue behind Sprint, but it was more expensive?
It was a total. Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. I mean, it collapsed very quickly. There were a lot of people going on a lot of shows.
Yeah. And then they go after you, right? And they go, why do you hate America? Why do you hate freedom if you don't want to sell? It's like, well, I just don't want to sell this product.
Yeah. I have Primeco. I'm old enough to remember Primeco. It's like, I don't need to sell. Plus, I'm also, if my viewers will know this, I'm a big, don't buy stuff to own the libs.
Right.
Because it's crap. It doesn't actually do anything except for enrich people who are grifting off of conservatives.
Right.
And so that kind of stuff is always a red flag for me. I'm like, Freedom Phone. Okay, well, does it have better service? Is it faster? Is it? Well, no, it's just America. Okay, well, no, I'm not. That's
got to be at least equivalent. Where you're saying
minimum, and similarly priced,
yes,
and have something, not like triggered SJW blend or something like that. I don't like doing that.
It was too dark a roast.
It really was. Very, very bold though.
I remember there was a big one that did bed sheets, and I won't say
bed sheets were big.
I won't say
remember
the name
that
of the bed sheets.
Yeah,
but several U.S. presidents used them.
Several.
I've heard.
Yeah.
And I tried them. I said, "Oh, so you're selling hospital sheets?"
Oh, they weren't even like high thread count?
No.
Oh.
No. It felt very much like the butcher paper at the doctor's office. Yeah. And I just thought, this is what you do.
I can't, because you can only, I'm a hard pass on that.
Yeah.
I'll say send it to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had somebody who sent me, now this is a fine company. It was a sauna sleeping bag.
Oh, yeah.
With like IR, very expensive product. And I said, this is never going to sell to my viewers. He's like, well, just send it. So it's like $400. The whole thing is you have to like lay on the floor, zip yourself up in it. I'm like, there is no way anyone buys it. He's like, I'll just run the ad. I'm like, okay. Ran the ad. Nobody bought it. Yep. I was like, you kind of know what's going to work with your audience too. And like,
I thought this was going to have a happy ending.
It was. Like, I stayed in the sauna bag. It was fun.
That was okay. Well, that's a good.
But when you're
were you nibbling on cheese?
Yeah. Well, it's you put a little cheese in there for dipping sauce. But like being as tall as I am, I didn't even fit in it. So I'm like, oh, cool. I can roast my groin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, some UFC fighters have used those to cut weight, because they don't necessarily.
Yeah, it's a real thing. Yeah.
Yeah, saunas, but then you sweat a little more sometimes with the infrared. So there's one time a fighter who
you lose more, but it's not as obvious.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So it's one thing you have to kind of calibrate. You don't have any extra ones, do you?
I do.
So I'll
send it to you.
There you go. You'll give them a plug, and I'll be doing the show from my sauna bag.
I love it. Yeah. I think we talked about it. I have an infrared sauna at home. I love it.
Yeah. It's definitely, it's one of those things that is worth it. It's again, overblown.
It doesn't cure everything. Mm-mm. Yeah.
Well, Arthur has a guy out there who does it but does a podcast. And he said that an infrared sauna, so I don't even know if we need this paper. We're just going, it's a little inside baseball here. Again, the quartering, best place is X or Rumble.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I want to go back to that, but there's a guy who said, the sauna is actually proven to increase your growth hormone and testosterone by 400 or 600%. And my friend Chael Sonnen, and he was a fighter in the UFC, and he has a relatively popular podcast. He said, look, if this was true, he said, now you can't through steroids get your testosterone at 600%. He said, and I know because I was trying and I got caught.
Yeah.
Because, but if you were looking for a job with the New York Yankees and you said I could increase your players' testosterone, and that would give you $1 million.
Oh yeah,
it's not possible.
Yeah,
but it's a headline, it's a thumbnail, and then people take it to the bank.
I'm gonna skip him.
Yeah,
and kind of scary, isn't it? Because I think you and I both benefited from circumventing gatekeepers.
Yeah,
right. But there also is a challenge with. I don't know if you see some people where the truth doesn't matter at all, and it's just collecting cash.
Of course. Yeah.
So how do you think that gets balanced going forward?
Well, I think you can only burn people's trust so many times. I mean, early on, even, I would do a lot of ads on my channel, and then I would start to see the people in the comments like, oh, it's too many ads. I unsubscribed from him years ago. He did too many ads, this, that, and the other thing. And then if you get caught up, obviously, the very real part of it is, you get caught up selling something, and then your viewers don't blame the company. They blame you.
Mm-hmm.
And so people were pretty pissed off at me that they didn't actually own land in Scotland.
Really?
And I immediately came out. I was like, hey, I thought it was just like a meme gift or whatever.
I thought it was a novelty gift, honestly.
Yeah. What I basically said was, it became a thing. Someone did like an expose video, and then everyone's like emailing me, calling me a scammer. I'm like, nobody in my audience actually thinks they're a lord.
Right.
It's like a goofball gift that you buy for whatever dollars,
Yeah.
But had that not have been, had I sold it dishonestly, I sold it as a gift, as a meme. Had I sold it dishonestly, you lose your credibility and people will call you sellout and they'll just stop watching. I think it kind of fixes itself.
Well, I think I agree with you mostly, but I disagree in one way, in the sense that you're one of the few people who will get into this idea of preparation, where you actually do like a show and you prepare, right? And you have segments and you have assets that you have ready. So for something that people tune into as scheduled viewing, yes, you lose their trust. But for people, there are businesses out there where they just go, we're just going to use the algorithm for a reel and a 5-second view, where no one's actually investing any trust. It's just, this popped up in my feed and this is shareable. You can still make a lot of money that way and keep burning the trust bridge over and over, and no one cares.
Yeah, this is true of like Instagram and TikTok, where they're already short form and they're set up. I think this is the way that X is going to go too. They're going to turn into marketplaces because that's really a great way to make money for them, which I'm not against. But you're right. There's a lot of, kind of scummy products out there. I think you just have to hope that people have some level of integrity. I've always said, for example, I'll do ads from
I apologize. That wasn't my intent.
Yeah. There was a change around them where viewers became more accepting of ads in our space, not necessarily in the wider space. I think it's, interesting when, somebody like Mr. Beast does an ad read. And I'm like, you get 200 million views a video. Do you really need an ad read? But it is what it is. They enjoy it. As long as it fits. By the way, the best key for good ads is ones that actually target your customers.
Right.
If it's a weirdo, crappy product then your customers get mad.
Well, the problem though with
your
YouTube
viewers,
is YouTube doesn't allow you to really target conservatives effectively, right?
No.
Because they just don't allow your product to be placed in there. Generally speaking,
They used to let you target per channel. Like when I would try to sell my stuff, I used to pick I'd run until you got demonetized, but I'd run my coffee ads on conservative channels. And I would even do a custom pre-roll. Hey, before you watch a Steven Crowder video, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
I had 50 different ads, and then they even removed that. Now you can't even do that. I can't even say I want to target conservatives. I just have to buy all the crap.
So you're a more savvy business person than I am, because if I get an idea like that, so I use the same, but I did it out of spite. So I targeted
spite
liberal.
is a powerful thing.
I targeted liberal channels. I won't say who, where I had done parodies of them, or I was critiquing them, and I would run my video as a pre-roll ad before their videos.
I love that.
And but I didn't stand to make any money. It's just a small satisfaction of knowing that someone in their studios was going.
Yeah, right.
Someday.
Yeah. Sometimes I do videos like roasting Disney or something, and then people will be like, Disney bought an ad on your video, or Disney, made fun of Captain Marvel. I saw Captain Marvel ad in your video. That's always funny to me too. So
well, it is though. It is tough though sometimes because, and you're obviously you do some different content from I do. For example, like you lean into drama. I
know you avoid it.
I'm just I just want to do the show. But I also understand that there's value in it. But there is one thing that I think we share in common. Like you do care about the truth. You know what I mean? You're, even if you don't like someone, you're not just going to lie because you don't like the person.
Yeah.
And I know that about you. And even if you don't like Jeremy, I know this about him. It is tough to compete with the lie, with the truth. An example that I used recently was where a bunch of people are sending me this tweet that went out saying 1.2 million new registered voters in Texas in 2024 with no ID. Now, the real number was about 60,000.
Yeah.
And we were vindicated because all the secretaries of state came out and said, yeah, that's not true. Let us explain to you. And a lot of them were Republicans too. But I had so many people sending it to me, and we did a whole segment on this. Like, no, Arizona's not 200,000. Yeah. Texas is not whatever it was, 1.2 million. The problem is you do it, it's right, it's right. But the lie gets shared faster because people go, yeah, but this shocks people.
Yeah.
When the truth. But when you lie about the number as a whole.
Yeah. And there's also, X has turned into a more negative space, I think, for conservative clickbait. I saw a video this morning where it was like, John Mellencamp has Biden meltdown and gets kicked off stage. I looked for half an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Or to find he did have a meltdown, and he did quit the show. But there was no mention of Biden. I couldn't find a longer video that had anything about Biden.
Right.
But a lot of people were incentivized on Twitter. So I saw that, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to cover this. And I'm like, well, wait, I can't find maybe he did rant about Biden, but there's not a single clip about it. So I'm like, can't cover this story. I guess I'll just cover this biological female that boxed a biological male and got knocked out in 21 seconds.
That's fun too.
That was a lot of fun.
Be extra fun if they box John Cougar Mellencamp, because I hate him. Not actually, as a Christian, it's wrong to hate, but you know what I mean? I hate him.
Yeah, Mellencamp is he has TDS terminally. For me, if I go to a movie or a concert, I really don't give a damn about their personal politics, and I'm not there to be preached at.
Right.
And that's essentially, I think somebody in the crowd is like, just play some music or something like that, and he just completely melted down.
Yeah.
So if he was talking about Biden or Trump or something like that, I would be angry too. I'd be like, oh my God, like.
Yeah, I don't care so much if they're, well, first off, I separate the art from the artist unless it gets to a certain point where it's so egregious that you have now transformed your art into propaganda.
Yeah.
For me, I'm more so bothered by complete inauthenticity. So like Bruce Springsteen is an example.
Yeah.
He goes out talking about Santa Claus, how been good this, You can find early interviews of him, and he's talking like this. He sounds like Ralph Macchio. It's totally fraudulent, and that bothers me.
Mark Cuban's another guy.
Another guy like that. And you have some people on the right who do that, where it's like, now I'm America and cigars and whatever it is, and you're going like, yeah, but I know that that's not, I'd rather you just be honest about it.
Yeah.
And most people, if you're honest, are somewhere on the spectrum of reasonable. Some people are insane. Speaking of insane, though, I did want to ask you, how did you get into the YouTube space? Because for me, it was having doors slammed, having worked in Hollywood, saying, you know what, I'm going to try this on my own because of my views. But I always wondered why in our kind of generation, because now every kid wants to be a YouTuber. They see it as network television.
It's one of the number one jobs in high schools now.
Right.
For a TikToker. Well, my story is pretty interesting. So I had I have a master's degree in marketing. I worked for a marketing agency, dream job. So we were what is called an internet marketing incubator. So essentially, it was a bunch of marketing people. Like you have internal marketing people, probably, right?
We have people who help me, like they handle social, but we haven't hired like an outside firm, which we probably should at some point.
Probably. So we were a marketing agency, and I'll keep it somewhat short. So I get my master's degree. I'm working there. I'm making pretty good money. At 23, I was making about $200,000 a year, $250,000 a year. And I thought, wow, that's all the money I'm ever going to need. This is great. Well, things change in the space. Google changes, everything. There's a market shift. Essentially, we used to represent big clients like Dish Network and other stuff. So by the way, during the adpocalypse, I was representing large Fortune 500 companies that just cut off spending altogether because Vox said their ad showed on a neo-Nazi website or something. The way that these huge companies reacted to the apocalypse was so wild because I was on the marketing side. It disillusioned me completely. So I started my own marketing agency, but started making computer repair videos. That was my first channel, computer repair videos. And it was like, just to understand SEO, organic search results. And I started making videos, and they started getting popular.
Remember when that was a thing?
Yeah, that's no longer a thing either, right? It's just paid search only now. Used to be able to rank. So we had an agency that sold SEO. Google killed SEO, so the agency struggled. And I had built this little YouTube channel of repairing computers. Then I sold little kits on how, you could buy this. There's all the tools you ever need to fix your computer. And so I realized like, oh, this is pretty cool. Like every time I'd sell one, I had a little like ka-ching thing that would went on my phone, and I'd be like, yes, $90.
Nice.
And so I got the bug of like internet marketing. And then YouTube was always just this thing, like this, just kind of this fun thing I did. And then I got canceled because I had a YouTube channel covering a game I loved, Magic the Gathering. It's a card game. It's like chess plus math plus nerd stuff.
No, I'm aware of the gay stuff.
Okay. Yes. That was in my college era. But I had played the game since 1993, and I had started to see this culture war seep into the game where they were essentially very negative about men and say men gatekeeping. And so I would start making videos saying like, I don't know what you're talking about. I play in these local game shops. When a girl walks in, I always think I want to sing the song, but if a girl walks in the game shop, the guys in there would like be tripping over themselves to be nice to her.
Yeah.
It was like 75 guys on a Saturday. And if one girl came in there, she was a god is, like just treated like,
Right.
And so this, all of a sudden they start writing these articles like men are gross or gatekeeping women from the game. I'm like, are you kidding me? I've seen guys stab each other to like help teach a girl how to play. This is crazy. So anyway, the people that make the game, Wizards of the Coast, that one of their high up employees, I had a YouTube channel at the time where I talked about stuff. They send me a card to spoil. It's a big deal because when new sets come out, it's like free marketing. It's like access journalism. So like I got to say, hey, this is a new card that's coming out that no one else knew about. Some marketing intern there didn't know that they hated me, apparently. Sent it to me. I upload the video. They're like high up at the company, post on Reddit that like, this was a huge mistake. He's a misogynist, piece of garbage, blah, 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 blah. Then the war began. Then I go to the world's biggest gaming convention, Gen Con. I forget the year exactly. And a Antifa guy attacked me. Like I was just sitting at the bar, 2:00 in the morning, talking with some viewers from my channel. And all I hear in the background is, are you Jeremy? Well, people have been coming up to me because the gaming community knew me. Right. People have been coming up to me all day. Like, are you Jeremy from Unsleeved Media or MTG headquarters? Yeah. They're always fans. Always were fans. I turn around and he just starts punching me like I'm crazed maniac, like a hero from behind. And so then really the quartering was born. I was like, oh, these people are psychotic.
Had he seen the size of you, or were you sitting down?
He was blackout drunk. He was not a small guy, but he was so crazy that like I got him off me, and then I went inside the bar because I'm like, can someone call the cops? And he punched through the window.
Really?
Like he was a total lunatic. And I was like, okay, well, I had like a small group of guys with me, so I wasn't like too concerned about it. But at that time, I didn't know how to fight until now I know a little more about, self-defense and things like that. But it was scary. It was weird. And then as a thank you for that, I got banned. So they banned me from the event that I had flown down to. And
did they ban him?
Yes, they did ban him.
So like a zero tolerance policy in high school.
Yeah, right. Although I threw no punches, I just got punched.
Yeah.
And so then, so I got banned, and then the quartering was really born. And then I was like, okay, I'm all in on this culture war thing. And
well, they always say conservatives are just liberals who are punched in the face by life or reality, and you were
that's true,
quite literally,
yeah,
or maybe in your back because unless he was tall enough, he wouldn't be able to.
They took my favorite game from me. I'd been playing it since I was 1993. Since I had massive collections, hundreds of thousands of dollars in cards. Banned me from the game eventually. All these things were kind of subsequent because then I went to war with them, and perhaps I said some things, and I'm not without guilt.
One does.
Yeah, I was not without guilt, but I was younger, less refined. So then that's how I started with the quartering. I was like, hey, people are saying all this bad stuff about men, and nobody's defending them.
Yeah.
This was like 2015, 2016, where it was like toxic masculinity, men are bad. And then, so that's kind of how that was born.
And it existed beneath the surface, by the way, in higher education and in media for a long time. It's just that now they were flat out saying it.
Yeah.
We had, in every single sitcom and in every single commercial, men are the asshole.
It's a perfect example, right? Homer Simpson.
Yep.
He's portrayed as a buffoon, but he's actually like a based, awesome dad.
Yeah.
Like who would do anything for Lisa. There's many like examples of how he's actually a great dad. The first episode, the Christmas episode, where he does the Santa work to save Christmas, and then you went from a guy who had some redeeming dad qualities to Peter Griffin, who is just basically a piece of garbage.
Yeah, complete loser.
Yeah.
Nick DiPaolino who's on Mug Club, and you guys can tune into him 5 p.m. Eastern here at Mug Club. This is in the 90s.
Yeah.
He had a great bit to give you an idea. We talked about it. It was to date it. It was a commercial for AOL online. And he goes, this
53 hours.
Yeah. He goes, commercial. He goes, this is in the early 90s, mid 90s. He goes, hey, I don't know, maybe it was mid 90s, but he has stuff on this in the early 90s. He goes, it's just the feminist movement sticking their mustachioed faces into, that's all it's about. AOL online, where they say, so easy, my dad can use it. You mean the guy who bought the computer?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And I just remember there's no fat on that joke. Yeah. And he's always been that guy. And he's lost a lot of opportunities in this industry. I mean, the guy could have retired.
Just so you have it down.
He would have played ball a little bit. Speaking of sponsors, by the way, you know what? We don't usually do this. I don't know what's about to come up, but I think we might get a refill here. So here's some kind of a sketch or sponsorship that my producers will pick. Be right back.
It is chilly. I will.
Welcome back to Fortune Wheel. I'm Josh Firestein, and during the break, I applied for a job at Home Depot. Love this job. Now, for those of you just joining us, our contestants today are totally not an IRS agent, renowned musician Kenny G, and Louder with Crowder correspondent Thomas Finnegan. Now, we're just about finished with puzzle number 3. Totally not IRS agent. It's your turn. Reminder, the category is something you might need help with.
I'm going to spin, Josh.
I don't care.
Nice. Let me get an R.
R. Do we have any R's? R's on the
G's
board.
got it.
R's. 1 R. All right. Is anybody going to get the... Oh, that's right. Vanna quit. She's living her best life at Home Depot. Okay, well, totally not IRS agent. It's still your turn. What's it going to be?
Spin again, Josh.
All right. Oh, bankrupt. Just like that, you're broke as a joke again. How does it feel, you piece of shit? Maybe I should send some people to your house, huh? All right, Kenny G, you're up.
I'd like to solve, Josh.
Finally, we can get out of here and go home. I've got a George Foreman and a grilled cheese with my name on it.
Sax Revolution.
Sax? No, Kenny G. Sax Revolution. Why would you think that Sorry. That was a good answer. Sorry. Finnegan, you're up next. What's it going to be? Want to spin? Solve?
Hi, Josh. I'd like to solve, Josh.
Okay.
Tax resolution.
Tax resolution. That's right.
I knew that because Tax Network USA helped me a lot. They've helped thousands of Americans with their taxes, their bookkeeping needs, and they could help you find tax resolutions that work for you.
That's right. They can do all that for you. I don't want to know what you needed that for, but I'm sure it was for something you can't legally talk about. So if you need help with your taxes, visit TNUSA/Crowder today and get your free consultation. We'll be right back with our bonus round. Don't miss it. We got Thomas Finnegan coming up. Kenny G, play us out, baby.
Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. Contact Tax Network USA for immediate relief and expert guidance. You can call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Crowder.
Beck, I have no idea what you just saw with
it's probably
quartering.
Good. It's probably good.
It was passable. Yeah. Of course, you can watch Jeremy here, the quartering on Rumble, 5:30 Eastern, and you can follow him on X. Even though you just said it's probably going to become a marketplace, but you know what? We'll plug it anyway.
Yeah.
So have you been fully demonetized on YouTube?
No, I'm okay.
You're okay?
Yeah.
All right. So you've been, this is actually good, out of choice, kind of migrating people toward Rumble.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been the slow boil, you know. It's easier to move everyone if you get demonetized, for example, because people are more motivated.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been moving over a few thousand people a month. And obviously, as Rumble improves, it's not the perfect product. It's improving. But as more people come, more people improve, or the platform improves, the app improves, people are more and more excited to do it. I think obviously election season is going to be massive for Rumble. And I think more creators in our space need to stop being yes, and do it.
Yeah.
There were a lot of people that were fine to let the API just bring their content over.
Right.
But Google disabled that. A lot of people don't know that.
Right.
So you have to upload your video there manually, which takes a whole 10 freaking seconds, you know, and then a bunch of people who claim to be free speech and anti-censorship people haven't done it. So
well,
it's disappointing.
I can't tell you how many people have called me behind the scenes saying, hey, I've had a bunch of videos demonetized. I'm afraid the hammer's going to drop. I said, well, I hope you have a contingency plan, and if they want to do things with X. I just, obviously Rumble is the one I believe in because of how they've treated us. And they were the first place where they actually had the live streaming available. And Chris has flipped the bird. Chris Pavlovsky, the CEO, shout out to him, has flipped the bird to governments where he has not caved on anything. And then they call me, these same creators, and like, it happened. I go, well, you're gonna have a much harder time now because it's not the demonetizing. It's now people don't see your content.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
I have the issue. Can you give me a deal with Rumble? I'm like, well, I don't have that power, but I also see you haven't been uploading your videos to Rumble.
Right.
So if I go to the CEO of the company and I say, this guy wants money, he doesn't use your platform.
Right.
How do you think that's going to go? Like the reason I got it, because I'm not as large as a lot of other people that did, it's because I had been actively using it since I already had 100,000 subscribers on Rumble before I ever had a Rumble deal, maybe more than that. So when I made the pitch, it was like, hey, I support your platform. Yeah. And now give me money, please.
Yes, exactly.
I support your platform.
But also with in a contract, hopefully, or an agreement that's something you're both happy with. Like that's the thing too, is I will say this, like they are on board. It's not just lip service. When you flip the bird to the French government, to Brazil, you say, we are not removing these creators just because you ask us to. I mean, these are governments. When you consider that a lot of people in our conservative space, they'll still tell their own people. And of course, look, if it's your network, you can tell people to say whatever you want, but they say, we are a platform. It's not our job to censor. And then you have so many people.
Some platforms do, Stephen.
Yes. Wait, what?
Some platforms have lines of things that their people can publish on their platforms.
Yes, of course. Wait, why are you being so cryptic? You mean YouTube? Let's just forget about it. Let's go back to discussing cheese. Do you think that Wisconsin has better cheese than Vermont?
Nobody ever talks about Vermont cheese. So there's your answer.
So you can't answer because you don't know.
Yeah, but that's like saying, have you ever eaten a pile of cow shit? How would you know it's not bad?
I won't let you besmirch the good people of Vermont.
I love Vermont.
Okay.
Some of the best people on the planet I know are from Vermont.
And Bernie Sanders. So
how many houses? 3?
Yeah.
I actually have never had. Is Vermont cheese a thing?
It's a big. I think is Wisconsin known as the cheese state?
Actually, I think we lost that to California, or the dairy state. We lost to California.
Yeah, because I think Vermont is the cheese. Is it the cheese state or the dairy state? I don't know. They're big on their cheese. Right?
Hey, Vermont viewers, I got a PO box, dry ice. I'll take some cheese. I'm not like that.
No, it's okay. We both have an axe to grind because Vermont claims their maple syrup is the best, and they can't hold a candle to Canada. So.
Vermont maple syrup is okay.
It's passable. I mean, I'll accept it in a pinch, but I'll feel bad about myself. I'll feel shame.
Yeah.
So you mentioned this too, and I wanted to talk about this because you're pretty transparent with your audience, and you just talked about sort of this toxic masculinity, and this was kind of what ushered you into your channel and kind of your initial audience. And I know you've talked about this now a lot, discussing sort of men's mental health is something that you've discussed quite a bit. And also, I think having at least a balanced perspective on this sort of red pill movement and recognizing, toxic feminism, for lack of a better term, where maybe there are people who identify the right problems, but the wrong solutions. And I see that happening in the space. That's something you touch on quite a bit.
It's important to me because as a proud lover of men, I care about their future.
That will be clipped.
I know. So you know. I purposely worded it in that manner.
Okay, perfect.
I love men.
Yeah.
Deeply.
Yes.
Platonically. But here's the thing. 95% of my viewership is men. I have a precious few lady viewers, and I love them deeply as well. But I see the comments. I'm not every creator out there does that. I read the comments. I read the live chat. I see what you say to me on Twitter. And over the past 6-7 years, what I've noticed is a lot of anger. And that manifests itself in a lot of different ways. And sometimes the target is warranted. Sometimes the target is not warranted. Sometimes it's because of their own actions. Sometimes it's because of actions done to them.
No, your username.
But what I feel like, as you mentioned, is that it's all getting lumped together.
Right.
Right. I'm single. 35, it's because hoe's bad. Or I knew a friend who went through a bad divorce, and now I don't want to do that. I don't want to go back through that. And as the eternal optimist that I am, I try to get people to I acknowledge that, yeah, sometimes things suck, and maybe you're going through a bad breakup, or your friend, or whatever the case is.
You got tricked by a 2-bit hoe.
You got tricked by a.
It happened.
It happens. Yes. 304 is the term the kids are using for hoes now.
I've heard that. Yeah. Because it's if you turn it upside down
like
on a calculator.
I think. Yeah.
See, I used to do it, but I used to spell boobs.
I went 8008735, which was boobless.
Yeah. Oh, well, that was mean. You shouldn't make jokes about people who have mastectomies, but go on.
Well, I am also I have a lot of trans pride. So
it's perfect.
So I'm stuck in this place where a lot of my viewers consume similar content that I think at face value, just like Jerry Springer, is hilarious and fun and entertaining. Everybody loves a dumb person getting dunked on. It's just great entertainment. Jerry Springer proved it. Maury Povich. I mean, I don't ever want to know if all Maury Povich's paternity tests were real or not, because they were always entertaining.
Right.
But I worry that the amount of content that is pushing blame or pushing responsibility off, that isn't to say that the legal system, like I used to speak at men's rights conferences, and there used to be an aspect of the men's rights movement that would talk about divorce court. I think I forget her name, but the Red Pill documentary.
Cassie J.
Yeah. Awesome.
She was a lovely
it.
lady. Yeah.
Yeah. Loved it. Pointed out, look, domestic shelters for men basically don't exist.
Right.
Even though men do suffer domestic abuse.
Far more often.
And if they report it, they're treated like the cops make fun of you, or the cops don't take it seriously. Men are at a major legal disadvantage in terms of divorce court, or in an argument. Your woman calls the police on you in an argument, you don't touch her, cops show up, you're probably going to jail.
Right.
And we all know somebody like that. I had a friend of mine going through divorce. Basically, if he had an argument with his wife, he had to leave the house because he just did not. He couldn't leave an opening.
Well, I remember a good example of that was Chuck Liddell had some kind of a domestic dispute, and she was going nuts and was hitting him.
Yeah.
And I think he called not the police to have her. I don't think he charged her. I don't remember the story, but it was basically because she was being self-destructive and like to help her.
Yeah.
Or she called the cops and he said, no, I don't want to. But I remember it came out later. Everyone assumed fighter, Mohawk.
Yeah. Yep.
And she was wailing on him. And but the headlines had already been written at that point.
Well, Amber Heard, Johnny Depp too, right? Johnny had bodyguards in the house for some reason, I would imagine. And again, I don't ever want to dismiss the fact that bad people exist or that the legal system is stacked against men, because it is. But I do want to try and grab people a little bit before they get to the point, because I mentioned I have friends in their 30s, good paying jobs in the trades. They make, 6 figures, no debt. They fish on the weekends. They have their hobbies, and they've completely given up on finding a woman,
right,
or a man. And it breaks my heart. I'm like, why? I'm happy. It's okay.
Yeah.
And these are guys that just, they had a bad breakup 10 years ago and they checked out, and they also consume a lot of content, and they say, Jeremy, you don't know what it's like dating out there. They're all whores and they're all this and that. That's not true. Get off the dating apps. Go join a club, join a sport, or join a club that requires more than one person. Like join a bar volleyball league where you're going to have 15.
What's a bar volleyball league?
Well, I've just volleyball at the bar. It's a super popular.
Oh, really? Sorry, I thought it was like a legal thing. Like they pass the bar and they play volleyball.
Yeah. Legal lawyer volleyball.
By the way, Half Asian Bill, we both know him. He's surprise, fantastic at ping pong. We have that ping pong table.
I'm not shocked to hear that.
Yeah. Except he got pissed when Gerald smoked him. But I'll tell you that story off air.
He's so short and compact, though. He's right at the table height.
Oh, yeah.
He's this.
To know Bill is to love him.
Yeah. So my passion is right now to try and just prevent that. Too many men have checked out. Yeah. And yes, there are predatory women out there. But I think I'm all over the place. I'm sorry. But you look at
it's a tough subject. And I agree with you. It's like people who just go hose this. I agree. I think there is a problem that obviously you identified at one point in time. And now people have split off where the solution has kind of become clickbait.
Yes, exactly. I just wish that some of these channels, they can be entertaining. Like even at the end of The Price is Right, they say to spay or neuter dogs.
Right.
Like give me something, not just hose bad all the time.
And Bob Barker loved the hose. He was
banging
all of them.
Notorious homemonger.
I had no idea until Pops Crowder on the show. He was like, "Didn't you know?" I'm like, Bob Barker?
Yeah.
He's like, I
crushed.
Probably didn't want to.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I found that out relatively recently.
That is a shocking but also awesome fact.
But
so for me, it's like I want to be able to try and change my message up a little bit and explain to men that go out and join. Dating apps are fine, but they commodify relationships. They provide too many options,
it's weird.
and they
There's a
create
deduction,
a
but then they
scenario,
put
I
some
believe,
back.
where
It's-
both men and women are unwilling
you
to
don't
work
pay anything
through
out
even the
of pocket. They do
smallest
it
obstacle because there's a new
And what it
option
does is by
one swipe
whatever
away.
fee they take
So
out,
you're like,
it
oh,
reduces the amount
you
that you're
know,
gonna get
oh, this
taxed.
person has a mole I didn't expect. Or, I mean, that's obviously extremely superficial.
Told you that in
but-
conference,
It always
but
works
sure.
out to your
Yeah,
favor.
but you had mentioned your mole,
It's
so it
confusing
came
to
out,
look at it
yeah,
based up, but
popped into my
maybe
head. But the
if it wasn't in your favor,
the-
we wouldn't be offered.
so to me, that's what I'm passionate about, is trying to prevent people from, you can watch the dunking on hose stuff,
Right,
and it's funny, but just also know that those same people that are dunking on those hose are signing up for their OnlyFans accounts too.
That does happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, for example, we did have Fit and Fresh on the show one time, and they were identifying some of the problems. And whenever someone is here, even if I disagree, it's my job to be, a decent host, because I've invited them either onto my show or space. And they were talking about, like, look, to get over it, I think they were offering some advice, sleep with a bunch of women. I said, well, hold on a second. The solution is not to become what it is that would be an eliminating factor in a woman. Like, men and women are different. Well, that is true, but that's not helping you find the right kind of woman. And I think
it's creating more of the women you say are bad, by the way. Too.
Yeah, and I guess in their mindset, it's like, well, a good woman would pass this kind of litmus test. But it's like, yeah, but it's not your job to do that. That just makes the person doing it. You're harming yourself ultimately. Yeah. I do think, and seeing this a lot, because I do have a lot of young males who watch. I have a surprising amount of women who particularly show up, like, at the stand-up shows and the live shows.
You do have a lot of female fans. Like, I see them like in my chat. Like
half are lesbians. Which is very surprising.
Love
but,
big fan of lesbians.
They're a big, huge fan of lesbians, especially in the movies.
Yeah, right. They just done some fine cinema.
But I think it's you do, and it's something close to 40% of young men now will never get married.
That is so sad.
It is to me too. And
it's like a disaster. It's a national emergency.
It really is. And as someone who believes that marriage and that the nuclear family is foundational, right? Before you have federal governance, state governance, you need to have self-governance, and that's the nuclear family, and that's why the left attacks it. I believe that marriage is the bedrock. It's foundational. And it's hard for me with the current system. And I spoke with, Jordan Peterson about this. It's hard for me to recommend it to a young man who's successful, who has a lot to bring to the table without, for example, some kind of a prenuptial agreement, because at any point the legal system exists where it's like giving one person nukes, right? And giving the other person, and this could be whether it's a man or woman, but it really is kind of tilted against the primary provider. Mm-hmm. They go, look, I just don't know. Like, I have people, they'll say, yeah, I've saved up 6 figures. I've worked, I worked 3 jobs, didn't take on any student debt. And I think that I love this woman, but the truth is at any point she can change her mind, and they're afraid. And the problem does lie with, in my opinion, the no-fault divorce. A lot of people don't realize this. No-fault divorce, started with Dr. Kinsey, the guy who believed that everyone was a little bit gay, and Hugh Hefner. Because before that, there was either cheating, in which case you were punished, physical abuse, in which case you were punished, or if there was no cheating or abuse, abandonment, meaning you can't just renege on a contract. Yeah. So it was never the idea that you could just sleep with your secretary and walk off. Kinsey and Hefner were saying that men actually are promiscuous animals. They should not be punished for sleeping with multiple women. So I said, let's have no-fault divorce, thinking it would result in a man being able to bang his secretary and walk off. And instead it morphed into actually now anyone can walk at any point.
Well, in the percentage, which is debatable, you see this number thrown out there, which I believe is high and debunked. It has been debunked, but it is not insignificant. There is a high percentage of divorces that are, I won't use say the number because I see it, a lot of people say 80% of divorces are initiated by women. It's not 80%, but it is high.
It's close to 70, and it's over 80 if both members of the couple are college educated.
Okay, so there's that's the additional information.
Yes.
So I'm not going to deny that. But I will say to people that tout that is like, well, let's look. I mean, are all 80% of these women just whores that want to take the guy's money? No, there's probably a reason that they're getting divorced.
Well, that is, but the infidelity and abuse are not even among the top 5 listed.
I buy that.
The number one was lack of, he's no longer communicating or feeling like, they aren't
irrevocable differences is probably or what is it?
Irreconcilable differences, but no one files that anymore because that's.
Oh, is that okay?
It's just, because what ends up happening is you're incentivized by $1 billion industry of cite some kind of abuse and then you get more, right?
Yeah.
And so men are afraid of that, and it's a legitimate fear. I mean, let's say it's 60%, which we both is low.
Yeah.
But for a young man who has maybe taken on a huge burden And by the way, I see this with people who are good men who are afraid of it. I think there needs to be we need to look at those laws and those systems and then say, look, everyone needs to be on equal footing, rebalance the roles that we saw with feminism before we try and solve the problem. And then, yes, personal accountability for a lot of men absolve themselves. If you're going to the club and you're sleeping with 20 women a month, that's your problem. That's not a good thing.
Yeah, we agree 100% on that the laws need to be what people focus on, because laws can change. I mean, Roe v. Wade was overturned. I mean, you can change laws. You can disincentivize divorce industry. My realtor, love the guy, been divorced 4 times. And he was married to a newswoman in the state. And he said to me one time, he's like, he's just a wild dude. Like when you said I'd been divorced 4 times, I was like, okay, yeah. Is that
it's like Sean Connery status.
Right. And then he's like, whatever you do, just do it yourself. Like do it because you can file since the lawyers just take everything. I'm like, well, maybe just stop getting married, bro. You're on your 4th, just date her now, Yeah. And he had, so one thing that is relevant is when you're talking about the income disparity, that creates more risk for men. Now, I'm sure that income disparity for women exists
last week I had
too.
the fan blast.
You just don't hear it talked about as much. So when you're talking about like a young professional man who's got his stuff together, he definitely has more pause for divorce now than he did 20 years ago. But not everybody's. There are a lot of financial guys who don't have their finances necessarily together. And when I got married, I had a 515, however low the credits. Like I signed up for every free T-shirt I could. It's like, what's a social security number? Here you go. Oh, a free credit card. Oh, free. Oh, I love the Milwaukee Bucks. Yeah, I'll take a. So like, my credit score was as low as it could physically go. And when I got married, we had to buy our first house on what's called a stated income mortgage, which basically is like, okay, he makes money, but he can't pay his bills. So like, she fixed my credit score, but we got married younger. It's not like I had millions in the bank. It's not like I had much of anything in the bank. So it is fair to say that when you have that income disparity, maybe reducing the stigma around prenuptial agreements would probably be a good thing to do.
I agree.
Offended by that.
And you know what? The church has failed people with that. I think honestly, I was watching Braveheart recently. Remember, they invoked prima nocta, right? Where they get to sleep with
to take their daughter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So they get married in secret, right? They get married in secret to Mel Gibson and the very fetching lady. I don't remember the name of the actress. She escapes me. And by the way, a good example of how nudity can be done in a film and it not be pornographic. Yeah. It was meant to be a wedding night secret. It was erotic in the sense of like, but this is a beautiful union of 2 people. I actually really appreciate that because it's a lost art. I know
that's all just like hardcore. Like in Netflix is like, geez. Okay,
exactly. You go from Braveheart, you're like, oh look, they're getting married in the Highlands to like cuties. So
yeah. Well, I remember when I'd be like, oh, remember in Lethal Weapon 2 where you see his dead girlfriend underwater and you see her boobs? Yes. Like it used to be that rare.
Yeah. Remember the whole 9 yards when Amanda Peet leans over the balcony? Yeah. She's positively dangling, bro.
Positively dangling. Yeah.
You remember that, don't you?
That's what I mean. Now it's like I turn out, I'm like, oh, okay.
That's another danger too, because it desensitizes young men.
Next Tuesday.
But going, and again, as someone who supports freedom of choice, sure, but people need to know the risks. But with talking about that, they got married in secret because of the laws, right? When the law of the land, it flagrantly flies in the face of, as Christians, you believe God's law. I think we're at that point in this country where it's like, well, if a dude who now claims to be a woman can get married to a guy, and by the way, we're going to have a multi-billion-dollar industry that incentivizes them to leave for no reason whatsoever. I think that maybe the church needs to recognize there's a difference between the covenant before God and, for example, the state, because they're basically a notary, that pastor. And then, like you said, the idea of prenuptial agreements, for some, like people say, it's planning for it to fail. Well, hold on a second. If you look at it, it's like, okay, with a prenuptial agreement, if you're poor, this person's rich, you get married, you're both rich. If you leave for no reason, you go back both to where you started.
Yeah.
The flip side is if you don't, you're poor, this person's rich, you get married, you're both rich, you leave at any point in Texas, if you cheat, and now you're rich.
Same in Wisconsin, I think, too.
Yeah, that's a bastardization of that covenant that you both take, the vows that you take. And I think there are good men. My point is we're not talking about the people who are players, this sort of black pill culture. But I do think there are good men out there who are afraid because of where they find themselves.
Well, I think there has to be a happy middle ground, because obviously, as the resident feminist here, there are scenarios where, like, for example,
you're a big feminist,
very large. for example, I asked my wife to retire like 2 years ago because it was like, hey, you make X, I make X times whatever. She had a good job. She has a college degree, good job. She's maybe making $60,000 or $80,000 a year. But I'm like, well, I could work 2 more hours a week and make that, and then you can help around the house and whatever. So like 10 years from now, she doesn't have her job. She goes. So I understand that spousal support can be important, but it's gone. It's way too out of control. I agree with that. And I think if I look at it, since I'm not divorced, I can't speak to that. But what I can say is if I found myself on the market again, hypothetically, that prenup is automatic, right? Like unless she has equal or similar wealth, right? That'd have to be it. Like you'd have to find like a high earning woman or a woman who has money, and then maybe it's not a big deal. But I feel like if they can destigmatize that part of it, like, hey, you know, I love you, but you must have to put it up front, right? You got to put it out there up front. Right. Like,
no, I think you're right. And I think, again, it's like for good, and a big part of this too is we find ourselves here, I think, as a society because of the lies that, you know, this is what's going to fulfill you and make you happy. And it really is, honestly, it's horrible for young women because they have basically tried to make themselves more valuable in the dating space in the way that they would find men more valuable. Like it's why Jeff Bezos will marry a waitress. Right. He doesn't care. So I know women who
I don't care either.
No, exactly. Men don't care.
Yeah. But feminism told them to get a job. We didn't tell them that.
And then they say, well, what you want is toxic masculinity. For example, men want nice. They want to come home to a safe haven, right? That's the big thing. Yeah. Men don't care if you're a CEO. They don't care. They're no proud of you to be
ever has cared.
No, he's like, I'm proud that you're self-sustaining and strong opinions, that you'll stand by your convictions. But a lot of women go, I don't know why men don't, like, I make this amount of money. I've advanced I went to school. It's like, well, he doesn't care. Gross. You care about that in a man. Not gross, but it's sort of irrelevant.
It is super irrelevant to men. And that was a big lie of third wave feminism that really pushed this girl boss mentality. And you're 100% right in that, like, guys do not care. They don't care that you got a job. Now, not to go too far down the rabbit hole, but you know, thanks to Bidenomics, and not just Bidenomics, but we are living in a world now where 2-income household is a necessity for a lot of people, which I think has also added to, you know, when both, I mean, the ideal scenario is at least one person, if you're gonna have kids, one person stays home. I'm not against women working at all.
No, choice is what.
Yeah, it's cool, but it's like now you have 2 income. Both of you have to work to afford your apartment. That's already putting the relationship in like a weird, stressful spot.
You see each other at kind of connecting flights sometimes. Yeah.
Or if you have kids, like when I grew up, my parents worked, my mom worked first shift, my dad worked second shift, so that we weren't home alone. And they would see each other on the weekends. Because, you know, when my dad would be sleeping or my mom would be sleeping. And that's what they did for 13 years. Probably wasn't awesome for their marriage.
It'd be tough, They
never they never got divorced or anything, but I'm sure it wasn't awesome. Like if I only saw my wife on weekends, and then you have like all this baggage, you know how that goes. Like one of my all-time least favorite things to do is like, when my wife, who is literally perfect in every conceivable way,
no,
but
she's
sometimes,
not, but that's okay.
Sometimes, you know, I'll come back. Like I'm going to come back from this trip. I'm going to walk in the door. I'm going to put down my luggage, and she's going to be like, okay, so. And then there's going to be like 20 things.
15 minutes of download.
Yeah, I'm like, just, you know, and I imagine it's probably like that when both people work all the time. You have a small window and you're like barking out, oh, I need you to take the kids to this or this as it creates a lot of stress. So I think that's got to factor into it too.
Well, I think, and here's the thing is again, I think people are there really is a problem right now where men, like you talk about, are hurting. And I will tell you this, I used to be way more open about struggling with depression and stuff on the show.
Yeah.
I would discuss it all the time because I hoped that people, I hope that people wouldn't feel alone.
Yeah.
I don't talk about it anymore because it'll be weaponized against you. That's
I still
the problem.
do. Yeah. I don't care if they weaponize it against me. I think you should still talk about it, Stephen. I really do.
You know, maybe at some point.
It doesn't make you weak.
It doesn't make you weak, but they can take your kids away.
Okay, well, that's
fine. That's the issue that men struggle with.
Well, that's not what you said, though.
No, but it's true. But that's what I mean by weaponizing it against you.
Okay.
And I'm not speaking about me specific, but that is true. I mean, look at Johnny Depp. When it started, they were like, he's mentally ill. Look, Johnny Depp, he drinks. Well, maybe he's drinking because you shit in the bed and you're an abusive.
That's not hot.
You know what I mean?
Like, as an attractive girl, but I do not want a grumpy in my.
No, neither do I. Yeah, sometimes a woman leaves a grumpy to show she cares. I don't think that was one of those scenarios.
At least not maybe in the litter box or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Like someplace where it might go.
I don't think it takes Columbo to realize that dogs don't crap in the litter box. They probably know. He's like, yeah, we don't have a cat. But no, I think it's one of those scenarios where men are hurting. They're afraid because it's like, be vulnerable. They'll often have it used against them. And so they're afraid of the risk is kind of one side. And that is true societally, one-sided. The blame is one-sided. And so they respond by saying all women. Now, I think here's my point of view is the church has failed people in a lot of ways because the truth is it's women who take children to Sunday school.
It's a recruitment issue at church too, by the way.
It's a recruitment issue, and they know that they're going to recruit women more readily than men.
Yeah.
And so they'll call men to the mat very regularly, very rarely with women as far as what these roles are. And I've watched this happen in the church, and young men go, well, hold on a second, why am I the only one being brought, including the Christian church? I'm not talking about the secular community. And at a certain point, they go, okay, I think a lot of young men, this is where I think they're hurting. You know, you hear the stats like 97 or 94% of workplace deaths are men, right? Men die younger, all these things.
Men are all the men are homeless. All the men are
all those things, right? Because we occupy the spectrums of the bell curve. I think that a big part of it is young men feel like what they provide is a baseline taken for granted. So, for example, in the United States today, providing and protecting. If you do not provide and protect, you're a deadbeat. It's not a plus, it's a minimum. But it's taken for granted. It's like it's assumed you do this.
But there aren't minimums required of the other side.
So that I think that's the question. Is they go, what are the minimums required by the other side?
Yeah.
What are those minimums? And I don't think they're as clear as, for example, like provide, protect. Like we don't have the choice to be a stay-at-home dad if we want to attract a woman.
Yeah, I would like to have a baby and stay home. Any women? Any takers?
Right.
Any takers? Yeah. Like
so, what is the equivalent? I think young men are saying, well, what is the equivalent as far as like because if I stop providing, if I stop working, I have to pay I have to pay no matter what. Like I'm legally required to.
Yeah.
What is the minimum on the other side? And they feel like I'm taking a risk with no guarantee, whereas it's required of me. And I see this because my audience is different. Young, usually Christian men who are, it's an internal struggle.
Well, the church would say submission is required of the other side, right?
Yeah. Sure.
Of women.
But that's not on a dotted line.
Right. Well, that's not also in the cultural zeitgeist or like, that's not women are not like, it's actually frowned at. Like third wave feminism made fun of those women, right? Like that's why there's this, even though I believe it's inauthentic, this pushback on like websites like TikTok for trad wives.
Yeah, it's a gimmick, but I understand the principle.
But there's a reason people are watching.
Right.
It's like porn for men. Like, oh my God, this
porn is porn for men. But yes, the principle.
Well, it's like stimulating. Because they're like, oh my God, a woman who's happy to just stay at home? This is crazy.
Right.
And then all the women that make these videos also happen to be super hot, which also helps. But it's like...
It always helps.
Yeah. But like, in general, I think men, I think you're right. Like men are like, wait, this is an option? Like,
yeah.
This I thought, okay, cool. Well, yeah, that would be nice. And people... I think we could get back to single income. And I do think women would be happier. Some women would be happier not going to work every day. My wife hated it. Right. Every day she came home, I hate my job. I hate my job. I hate my job. And eventually I was just like, would you just quit already? Like, can we just...
But the flip side would be, what if you came home, I hate my job. Would your wife ever say, would you just quit already? That's the assumed...
Well, she did tell me to quit. But...
Did she... To not work, to go
to pursue a different project, not to not work.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas you were saying maybe don't work.
I was saying just quit.
Yeah.
But fair, correct.
Which by the way makes you a man. You're saying it's like a gift, right? You're saying like I don't want you to have to do this horrible thing that you hate. The issue I think that, and this is what we're seeing with young men. And this is the problem again with the red pill or the black pill, whatever people want to call it now.
Yeah, kind of the extreme red pill side.
Yes, exactly. Is young men go, okay. So they see it as a gift. In other words, I'm going to work really, really hard because I want to give you what you want. Because men love their women.
I wanted to do that.
Right.
I was like, this is awesome.
But at any point, young men go, yes, but she could just decide she doesn't want to, and there's nothing I can do, and I can't do it if I'm the primary earner. And they say, so that's the contract. How do we fix that? And I say this because I have young Christian men who go, this is a pragmatic concern outside of the spiritual idea of a bond. And that's a very different problem that I see from people just going, I want to sleep with bitches and then call them hoes.
Yeah. Do you think that this is something that I've been public about on my channel? I've never been a very religious guy. I've been, ever since my dad passed, I started to kind of I'm like Christ curious. So like I'm thinking about going back to church for the community aspect of it. And I'm not like somebody who is like, I'm not a Bible thumper. I'm less overt about it. I wouldn't even know if I would call myself Christian. Now I've started to read the Bible, and it's very difficult because I have to read every paragraph like 6 times.
Yeah.
But like, I think that you can mitigate risk by marrying the right woman. And I think maybe if more people were taking part in church or taking part in these community type things. Now, you have mentioned there are issues within the church and how they talk about the relationship that I'm unfamiliar with. But I think as a community, I think that changing the laws would be great. And it should be something. Now, I don't know how popular that's going to be.
Right.
But I don't know. I guess I don't know, because I didn't think Roe v. Wade was going to get overturned. And this is a state level thing. So you could.
Ronald Reagan said it was one of his biggest mistakes because California was the first place to do it.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you were driving here, in Texas, you will see billboards everywhere for divorce attorneys.
It's like that in Wisconsin too.
Yeah. It's the same thing. It's like you can't, it's the only contract where, and we say men and women, but the truth is it really is the primary earner is kind of the person who has, and then there is a statistic that men who aren't the primary earners very, very rarely.
There are men that get alimony. It's just,
but it's very rare. They often opt not to out of shame.
I'd take it. I would want to, because this would be for all the men out there.
Yeah.
I'm cashing that check every month.
Well, I guess, but a lot of men don't. So it's, I separate into that, like the primary earner. It's, there's a multi-billion-dollar industry, which is really predicated on incentivizing one side to break a contract, which exists nowhere else in the business world. So it has to start at that level. And I do think it has to start with, like you said, policing their own. The issue, I think, is, men, we tend to police our own relatively well. Like, this is why when people say rape culture, I don't know about you, no one has ever in my guys' huddles like, by the way, don't we love raping?
Yeah.
Like, what the hell did you just say?
Freaking sweet, man.
Yeah. We'd all be like, oh, we're going to kick the shit out of you.
Yeah, right.
On account of you're a rapist, and we have mothers and daughters and wives. But women don't tend to be as good at policing their own because they either want to be more agreeable, and they're dominated by the loudest voices, which is feminism.
Yeah.
And so there isn't the same level of self-accountability.
What would you say if I said part of the solution is less people getting married, but having some sort of civil union still?
No, I agree.
Like marriage without the contract, like.
I think that we need to at a certain point when, like, for example, this happened during.
If I was single, that'd be a real option for me now at this stage,
Yeah, but the problem is that can't happen because of the same idea of a prenup. That we need to be destigmatized because feminists say, well, now you're trying to get away with being a piece of crap.
They might be able to sue you anyway if you're living together for a certain period of time, common law marriage. That might not work.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously the solution for all this is personal accountability, where that's the root solution of everything. But then it does kind of have to come out. The laws exist as they do, and young men are afraid of them. They really, really are. Like, I kind of had to, even when we were doing the life advice, and it kept coming back. Like, I've saved up this, and I really think she's good. And they present you with a story of a close friend and lost everything. I do agree. I think we saw this with COVID, where you say, okay, when do you obey God's law versus the law of the land? Well, when the law of the land is quite literally contradicting God's law. And I think we've reached that point with the state version of marriage. But, and then also on a cultural, we've certainly reached that with dating apps and hookup culture, right? So you have to recognize both.
Yeah, I think the commodification of love and the relationship and the dopamine hits of like quick hookup culture is just accelerated a crumbling institution that is marriage. But I also think this is going to sound idealistic because I'm just a Midwestern guy, but like I feel like maybe it stings less if you value your it's different with kids. I'm going to make this qualifier. Okay. Right. Kids change everything. But like, I don't care I don't think I would care if she took half my money. I don't think I would care.
Yeah.
But maybe it's because I'm in a different financial situation. I'm like, I'll still be okay.
Right.
Kind of thing. I don't mean, that's not like a humble brag, but I think if somebody's got $35,000 in the bank and they're like, I'm trying to restart my life.
Yeah.
And she took half that, plus the lawyer took the rest. That's not good. That's if I'm in a toxic, terrible relationship, the money for me is like the least of the reason that I'm.
Yeah, no. And I think it is the least for, let me give you kind of, and I think this is where, And again, the
maybe I
problem
feel
is,
different.
Well,
if I was in that,
yes,
you know?
but the problem is you can't say, "Hey, we need to change the marriage laws," and then say, "By the way, bang a bunch of hoes." Say, well, hold on a second.
Well,
those-
yeah,
you know that's a problem because you're saying, "Well, hold on a second. Well,
you
if
could do one or the other.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Story was kind of told to me from someone, and it was this: it's not about, like you said, it's not about the end point. It's about those years in between where you can go, "Hey, look, this is what you sign up for a partnership," and you say, "These are the things that I want or I need." If you're for example, a man right now in a state like Wisconsin, and a man told me a story of a woman said, "Yeah, I'm not going to do any of those things. If you bring it up again, I'm going to leave you and take your stuff," and walked out of the room. And he immediately realized it was true.
Yeah.
That's a horrible. It's like giving one side nukes and saying you have to take it. And that is not what a relationship should be, but that's because it's been perverted by the state. And a lot of young men are afraid. It's not about I don't think it's about money. I think it's about the dynamics of the relationship where if something goes bump in the night, the young man is expected to put his life on the line or he's a deadbeat. He doesn't have choice.
Yeah.
Men don't have choice if they want to have a relationship. Men really don't. That is true. You do have to fulfill certain obligations, and I think
you have choice, but
you don't have choice to be a stay-at-home guy not working and
generally
plan to find a good woman.
Right.
But a woman can if she's very nice. She offers other things and brings other things to the table. Like she could be a waitress. Like I said, and Jeff Bezos will marry her.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true, but it also speaks to just different value systems, right? Like,
sure.
There's a reason that when I got with my wife, we started dating when we were 17. So I've been with her since I was 17 years old. And
you like them young.
Yeah, I robbed that cradle too. Yeah. Actually, she robbed my cradle.
She 18? You were 17?
Oh no, actually I robbed her cradle.
Oh yeah, you just realized you just confessed as being statutorily assaulted.
No, we waited till marriage, Stephen.
Oh,
but
I mean it's still the age is the age.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Isn't there a statute of limitations? Anyway,
it changed with Eugene Carroll.
Yeah,
Careful.
Yeah, that's right. I just think it's weird because my perspective is like when I started dating someone, I had nothing.
Right.
And we were like rubbing two nickels together to pay, like doing I'd go to Walmart at like midnight, allegedly, and write a check for $20 over that, I knew I didn't have because I needed to because Walmart would let you write a check over.
Everyone in the line hated you.
Yeah. Everyone hated me, but
take out your check. We're like, this ass.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they were doing that anyway, but so we were forged in poorness and struggle. So like once we had money, I guess I value it much less, but I look at the perspective of my friends who have never been married, but have accumulated, I don't know what their bank accounts are, but I assume they don't have a woman. So they have plenty of money. I mean, they shop, right? But they have their things, that my friends have their toys, their jet skis, their boats, their planes, their whatever. And I worry this for a different day, but layer into this AI women and all these I agree. These AI sex bots and stuff that are out there. Mm-hmm. Western civilization is in trouble. Men are already choosing not to marry. Imagine you could have a different wife every night. Mm-hmm. And this is our lifetime too. I'm not talking flying cars.
No, I get it. Yeah.
In 5 years, these things will be everywhere,
Although hopefully men will realize that AI sex bot could end up like Megan.
Or perhaps they will sue you for half.
Yes,
they become sentient.
Instead of iRobot feeling pain, it's like I can make money.
Yeah, or it'll be like what's that other movie? Deus Ex.
Oh yeah,
Ex Machina.
Ex Machina. Yeah. That was pretty creepy.
That was
pretty creepy.
Yeah.
But quite a figure on that robot. Yeah,
he was.
All right. Well, look, we're going to continue. It's the quartering at 5:30 p.m. Eastern on Rumble. Of course, you can follow him on X. We're going to continue here on Mug Club, discussing all this. Well, I want to say what else? I don't know. Screw the notepad. Right now, if you're on Rumble, click that button. You get to join Mug Club. And is this on YouTube? Piss off.
Yeah, you're in second place, but right now I don't need nothing. I'm gonna reset it. I'm setting up a new contest right now. Shit. Let's go over to Callahan for a minute. Oh, well, we're gonna kill him again. setting up the new contest group now. Let's get to decide what I'm giving away.
Might have to take me a break. Well, when I take my break, I might have to make me a sandwich real quick. Nebraska Hellbelly, what up? Has been a while. How you doing? So much Jake. What's up, man? How you doing?
Not even going to do that.
Thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate you. Rock the country, Kid Rock, right on. All right, be careful out there. So much, Jake. Maybe we'll see you here in a bit. I still got about eight hours or so, and I'll be live.
Jody.
No, I'm leaving it
reset.
alone. Doc is not in here. So I'm not going to say anything about it because Doc is not in here.
Oh, I'm here.
Yes, Grand National. All right, Richard, you have a good day, man. Appreciate you. Oh, see, there he is. I do, you sexy little beast. What's up, Dodie update? place right there has got some good food. Right here in Lyman, Wyoming, the little tiny cafe right there.
Is there a way to dig up? I'm sorry, it makes sense to email or
You can turn off the, yeah, just go into notifications. You don't have to, they don't have to.
yeah, that's why
I just, you know what I did? I just set up a rule, have it go into a folder, and then every once in a while I just read off.
Oh, that little hole in the wall place in Nebraska? Yeah. Any more though? I don't worry about it because I do all my cooking here. Like last night, I made fucking stir fry. Actually turned out pretty good. Momo. You want to see how it turned out? I didn't have to add anything other than salt, pepper, and a little garlic. I couldn't find my honey.
all my sense, okay.
It was pretty good, actually.
But I don't hear that it comes to my phone.
Really hit the spot.
It's okay.
Right. You have the app on your phone, or you're just doing the email? Okay. Yeah, I do too. Makes it a lot easier.
Oh, damn, Nebraska, what the hell?
Okay. Dust in there or something?
No, I think it's an allergy that I might have. The doctors tell me.
The fajita meat was actually pretty tender. Right now, so it worked really well. Number one stir fry guy. Very good, very nice. Right, it's okay.
It's right by, I mean.
Later on, I'll be number one, number two, toilet sink, take shit guy.
Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. Do a $50 gift
All right, uninaugurated. Much love to you. Stay safe.
and then people can use that gift card and purchase it with my code. So double dip.
Wow, it got rained on? Holy shit. That sucks, man.
$50 gift card.
Did you learn your lesson?
Back to one social storm speaker. Well, we
missed it, Nebraska.
are putting together
I was
people
just
for
through
third shift for
Nebraska
electro plan,
yesterday.
but we've got a ton of people waiting right now for them to call for the next one.
Right through Lincoln.
When was that?
Lincoln and then straight over on 80.
Oh, well, then you're not on the list anymore. Because, I mean, we had a big change in staff here, and the person that was doing that stuff together is on the list over every week. So let me see. If it's 6 months, we may have to do a refresher.
Damn it, Nebraska Hellbelly live?
Okay. Have you done an orientation here? Did you do the orientation here? Okay, yeah, then you weren't on. You don't make those. Hold for a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really have a chance to stop anyway. I was kind of pressed for time. I had to keep rolling. I've been through that area twice in the last 3 weeks, though. Yeah, you may outnumber me, but I have the power. Havoc! Mayday! 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 Help! Gregory, who?
So I'm going to do a post now.
Yeah, it started back up again. Nebraska.
Enforcement entities against those entities that refuse to disassociate from the NRA. Okay, so NRA is trying to get business done. They say, you know, we got a convention coming up. What we're going to need is 100,000 pamphlets to be printed. And so we're going to need a printer so we can print our pamphlets. And so what this company, what this little dictator bureaucrat called Vulo did was go and threaten the printers. Well, if you print for the NRA, it's going to be a big problem for us. So they're going after the
timesheet portal.
Unless they refuse to disassociate themselves from the NRA and other pro-gun advocacy groups. He says, well, we don't do business with terrorists. State won't use your printer. We won't use you, and you'll be banned, and we'll do all sorts of other things to go after the supply chain, essentially, to try to choke these entities off. Those allegations, if true, state a First Amendment claim. So good news on that one. Quick update on. So I've got a couple clips from her. I think she was on 2 different locations. One was on The View. I think I've got 2 clips from The View. Maybe I do. But she was all over the place, just hitting around.
I don't believe it.
You can dig up another clip of her.
They literally gather everybody together.
Looking pretty bad. The question is, why is Jill out? Where's Jill?
They give them what what their expectations are,
or attempting to. So we'll jump into all that, but of course, let's get some jury and juror updates because this is happening right now as we speak. So let's see what the latest is over from CNN. They're giving us an update. Yeah, I mean, they're deliberating, so there's not going to be any recent news unless they have a note or a verdict. And starting off the day, they give us some key things to know. We already know what to know. We don't need CNN to educate us. Possible outcomes, got all that. So, all right, Trump makes his way over there, and prosecutors enter the courtroom. Trump came out and he spoke a little bit this morning. And we have a clip of that. As he does most mornings, he did come out and speak. Like he did yesterday, he referenced media mentions about the case. Let's see what Mr. President said. This was this morning. You can see, oh, look at that blue tie. Wow. Man, that's power blue. Some people might say royal blue. Of course it is. So Todd Blanche coming out. What is that little pink action going on? A little gray pink action? All right, so here's what it sounded like this morning.
Thank you very much. Here we go again. 5 weeks. I've been here. I'm gagged.
Lavender?
I'd like to answer all of your
lavender?
questions. They're very easy questions to answer, but I'm gagged, so I can't talk as much as I would like to about this ridiculous case that's hurting our country so badly. Some of the reviews from yesterday are and by the way, everyone's against this case. I haven't seen one legal scholar that this case should have been filed. It should not have been filed, or at a minimum, it should have been filed 7 years ago. It's 7 years old. Everybody turned it down, including federal elections turned it down. Southern District turned it down. Bragg turned it down. Then he rejuvenated it when I was running for office. It's a terrible thing. At the request of Biden, the editors of the National Review say, acquit Trump. Bragg has failed to prove his charges. Totally failed. Greg Jarrett, who exactly was defrauded? Voters who had already voted. Well, they already voted because all of this stuff came in after the elections. How were they defrauded? And then you say, what about Hillary with the dossier? What about all of these other things that go? And this is nothing. This is nothing. But what about all of the corruption, the voter fraud that you've seen over the last year on behalf of the Democrats, and nobody talks about it? This is ridiculous what they're talking about.
It is ridiculous. So he goes on, and I think he runs through a couple different stories here and explains what's happening. Let's see how he wraps this up.
And it's a very sad day for New York. I've gone through 2 of these trials already. It's with the same kind of a judge. It's all worked. It's all rigged. The whole thing.
Alina Ob in the background looks like Eric Trump.
Judge Engoron was overturned 5 times.
I think I just did the generals, and I said we would reach out to him when we have something else. We didn't. We don't really have anything.
Yeah, this is the sisters. The twin mounds. They call them the sisters. 2 big hills. They absolutely do, Momo. Thank you, James Simmons. I appreciate you. Stay live, stay live, stay live. Come on. Come on, baby. There we go. Come on, stay live. Frank Perez, stay on the way.
Okay, resetting
Amigos
now.
and amigas.
Check out the community post, guys.
Chopper, chopper. All right, Nebraska, have a good day. Thanks for stopping by, man.
That sucks, dude.
Whoop, tuh. Wee, woo, wee, woo. Right on, thanks. Right on.
Okay. Correct. Contest is reset. It's all the way up to 4,000. Hello.
Jody, I am heavy, yes. I'm at about 79,000 pounds total weight.
Yes. Yes, I was. I don't know. I don't. Has it been shipped back yet? I know we have another one.
Oh, yeah, Chopper, lucky me. It still took me down to about 50 miles an hour, Jody. 45, 50. And those, the sisters, those two hills are pretty steep, actually. It's actually pretty good the way it climbs.
Depot. Is it? Do I drop it off somewhere? Or? Oh, okay. Well, that's what we did with the first one there. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Interrupting you. Go ahead. Yeah, after the.
Actually, it gets down below 55, and I do use my flashers.
Carol. Right.
The hell I do. You shut your damn mouth, Matt Art.
Okay. 0180959. This one. That's also an old one. It's also an all-in-one. Not a laptop. Well, we haven't because we never got the shipping out.
Okay, Havoc. Good to know.
Okay. I'll pay for it. Okay. Well, can I get where to send it? How's this company there? It's brand new.
Jody, California is about to start charging everybody mileage because they're losing money because of the EVs on the gas tax.
RCOH. Yeah.
Chopper, in the title.
No, I appreciate it. I'll tell them to open it up and plug it in. The one you guys sent
That's
back
how
already.
classified it is. I put it in the title.
I'll tell them to take a look and
Littlefield, Arizona, possibly. Maybe Cedar City, Utah. I don't know.
Oh.
I can tell you don't read titles, or you wouldn't ask that question, you motherfucker.
Excuse me.
Exactly, Jody. Exactly.
All right.
No clue, Matt. Can't see the lights. Here we go, almost to Utah.
Is Caitlin Marsh on the list?
Yeah, it'll update if you leave and come back in, but I don't know why they have it do that. You would think it would stay up to date. Oh, God, Chopper. $48 likes? Hell yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Let me check on her.
the high beams on. I don't even have my headlights on. I might have to stop here soon. That stir fry is starting to kick in. Darn it, Bobby.
I'm not even going to schedule any more for next week.
Cal Tim, welcome in. Thank you. I appreciate you. I know, Matt R. I was trying to not fucking highlight that. That's it. I'm tired of it. Welcome to the club, Matt R. Oh, shit. Oh, Road Mod. Road Mod. Chopper, Midwest says there's 60 seconds for you. Fucking Midwest, man.
She's in as an applicant. Let me see, onboarding. Looks like she's done everything. Let me see if her IDs are already in. Yeah, I did it. Okay, yeah, she's been through it. Yeah. Well, the only thing I don't know if she has direct. Let me see. Let's see. Yeah. Which group do you think she should go to? What hands are? All right.
Yes, they are, Matt R. Someone somewhere is in here.
Willie. Let me see. Oh yeah, that's a good for. Let's see.
No, someone somewhere is a grandmother, Matt R. And I'm sure Momo is lurking. I'm sure IP is lurking. Hell, Angie's probably lurking.
They said he moved. Yeah. Yeah, Willie will be there.
Which one, Havoc? Oh God, Havoc. Now, I'm sure the scale house up here is going to be wide open, and I'll probably get pulled in.
Hey, Joanna. Joanna.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. All right, I'll sign it and let him get them. So that's 9 p.m., right? Okay.
There's Momo. Apple pie's in the oven. Yummy. Like warm apple pie. Shut the front door, Momo. Oh my God. Okay, I need one of those frozen and sent to me. Thank you. Hop, tour. Wee woo, wee woo. I mean, it's open and my bypass system is not working. What the hell? That means I'm gonna have to go in. Those dirty fuckers aren't sending the signal through. Dirty motherfuckers. No, someone I did not. They're a little bit expensive, but Callahan's has picked up a little bit since the last time I was home. So when I go home this time, I will do that. Says maintain 10 miles an hour, and here we are at 5. How do I know where to send a frozen pie? That's a good question. Hey, Albie, you go. I can show you if you're going to be around later. I can show you how to get to your subscriptions and find all your the people that you're sub to. Albie, I'm just saying there's a way to see all your subscriptions even if you're on a phone. Yes, this is a scale house.
Oh shit. Okay, now.
Oh, really? Someone? That's good to know. There you go, some Mama One. Thank you. There you go, Albie. Look at Mama One's comment. Uno más kilo cocaína, por favor. Muchas gracias, señorita. I mean, señor. I mean, amigo. I mean, amiga. Yes, Chopper. She's going after all kinds of people lately. Move to Little Cokes. Oh, shit. Little Cokes. Should I hide them? Yeah, that would definitely get nasty. No, that's telling me which way to go. We're out of here. Yeah, so do I, Matt Art. I don't know if I can make it 102 miles to the spot where I want to take my break at. Momo, it's the stir fry I ate. Chopper, you'd be nice. I've got a husky German Shepherd mix. Came a long way, Gregory. You sure have, buddy. Oh, okay. We're gonna have to stop before. Yeah, we got a code brown. We got a code brown. Gregory, because you got a lot of idiots that are in the 1A that are causing problems.
Okay.
Oh boy. Man, 30 miles is going to be rough to make. Shit. I might be in trouble, y'all. Oh boy.
Money off the father. Joyce Vance. Additionally, Goldman.
Hey. There's 3 major events. Wedding's going, there's that concert, and they're doing the Walleye end of year. Give you a heads up. You spoken to Josh today? Tried calling me on the way in, but I forgot to switch the phone on the stream. I know what it's about. How to look at culture. Any idea why that's happening? Apparently, because I ordered one of them, Redhead is not directly from the Lenovo or doesn't have service. We have to pay to mail it. So I'm like, oh, he's going to send me the address and then I'm just going to take it up to. I was going to say FedEx, but FedEx doesn't. They don't. It's just a drop-off location for shipping, right? I use FedEx. I did set up a FedEx account when I didn't realize that I need to. Or the other one, which has apparently been back for the last 2 days. Carol signed for it. Nobody's told me it's been back. We should get the tech computer. Or shit. All right, I was just checking. We had fun tonight. Yeah, I don't know what it's going to be like. I don't know who from corporate is even going to be trying to use that as well. So I know it's going to be about that time anyway, because she's going to have to do shots first, right? Well, I just want to let you know that we're even warning all the people that are doing the cleanups. You're not getting dropped off. You better leave early. Your mind, never. All right, I'll shoot her a message. All right, back to work. We'll be back. Don't know. Fucking stream just keeps.
So sure, that sounds fine to me. We'll just go ahead and convict. But I don't think it's by any way designed to help justice or anything like that. It's designed to get an outcome. Yvonne!
Based on exigent circumstances, I'll take a look. We may end up taking a ride. You know what I'm saying?
Welcome back to the Lackluster channel. Today's video starts with Tennessee State Park Ranger Jeremy Sorensen reading a kayaker their Miranda rights, even though they are not currently under arrest.
Yeah, the right to me, so I ain't in the court of law.
While it's not required to have been charged to have your Miranda rights read to you, this is an odd time to do it, and it appears that Ranger Sorensen is acting for the cameras. Police must read you your Miranda rights when arresting you or holding you for a custodial interrogation, but neither is happening here. Currently, Ranger Sorensen is accusing the kayaker of possessing marijuana.
Yeah, can you write your name back there if you want to give it to me? Yeah, I'll give you my card. All right, you're saying that's not possible. Okay. Well, mind if I take a look? You do mind? I don't have a consider. I do. Well, based on exigent circumstances, I'll take a look at it, okay?
The officer obviously has no clue what he's talking about. An exigent circumstance is an emergency situation requiring swift action to prevent imminent danger to life or serious damage to property, or to stop the imminent escape of a suspect or destruction of evidence. None of the above is happening here, and exigent circumstances do not exist. But Ranger Sorensen is going to use the smell of marijuana to try to circumvent your Fourth Amendment rights and search your belongings. It's a common tactic that law enforcement uses across the United States. If an officer wants to search your vehicle, they lie and claim to smell marijuana. However, courts across the nation have ruled that the smell of marijuana alone was not enough for probable cause to justify a search.
What am I gonna find? Now, hold on, real quick. If we're gonna do it like this, then we may end up taking a ride. You know what I'm saying? Is there anything in there that may poke, harm, or hurt me? For my safety, dude? No, dude. I mean, safety-wise, dude. You don't have like a razor blade, right? If you will, sir, will you walk up there a little bit, give me a little bit of space? Take your time, okay? Don't go in your light vest at all. Thank you. Where you from? Real quick for the camera, my name's Ranger Jeremy Sorensen, Tennessee State Parks. Right out now, I got this gentleman detained. Smell like marijuana right here, so we're going to go through that. He's not wanting to show me. So, probable cause based on exigent circumstances allows us to do a legal search with reasonable suspicion. Today is the 18th of May, and right now it's 1:14.
Without consent or lawful justification to search the man's belongings, the ranger searches the dry bag, which is a bag meant for circumstances like this to keep its contents dry, and if it had contained what the ranger was looking for, would have almost certainly prevented any odor from escaping. After a thorough search, the only item of value was a pickle.
Just pickles, huh?
Not much room in that also.
Let me give you your card. You're free to go.
Thanks, man. Where do I get that nose checked out?
Let me give you my badge number. Give you a report. It'll be in the system here in a few days. Thank you for, you're kind. It would have been easier if you just showed me. Any questions for me, sir? All right. Thank you.
After the unlawful search, the ranger made his way on down the river to harass the other guests. Our next story began in 2020 when a 911 call reported that an intoxicated individual was causing problems in the area and was last reported seen trying to push somebody out of a window. When police arrive on scene, they guess which apartment was being reported.
Seattle Police Department! Open the door! We're coming in! Open the door now! Open the door! We're kicking the door! Seattle Police!
We're moving on.
Show me your hands! Hello? Seattle Police Department!
What
inside? Who else is inside?
Nobody. I live alone. What are you talking?
Come on here, man. James, what was the apartment number? Come on here. Come on.
What are you doing? Why?
There's no window.
Eventually, one of the officers asks what apartment they are in.
Open there. What apartment unit is it?
After taking the resident into custody and removing her from her apartment, they search for a broken window.
This is the wrong one. This is great. Man, we gotta just jump out the window, okay?
The wrong address. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god. All right, man, we're gonna have a supervisor come out here. So this is exactly what's happening. Someone's being thrown out of a window right now. It's in this building or the other building, and it's in room 404. We contacted you. We knocked down the police officers. It sounded like you were the victim of the crime, and you sounded like you weren't able to open the door, and that's why we kicked it in.
He is a victim of crime now.
What's at my door?
I know. I'm sorry about
I didn't hear you say Seattle police. I didn't hear that at all. I heard open the door, and I was like, who is this? And I did not hear Seattle police.
I'm sorry.
All.
We got
I would have answered that door, okay?
I understand.
I did not hear Seattle police at all.
I'm sorry about that. We thought that you were the victim and you were being held captive inside of this room. Right now, there's someone else about to go out of a window, so they're gonna go do that. We're gonna have a supervisor come over. We'll talk to you through that. I understand it's very, very jarring. I'm so sorry that this happened.
Okay. Okay. Jesus Christ.
The woman went on to sue the Seattle Police Department for violating her constitutional protections from unlawful searches and seizures, as well as negligence on behalf of the officers. As always, let me know what you think of these interactions in the comments down below. And if you like these videos, check out another episode, linked on screen.
And that's going to solve their problems? I don't think so. Just Rhonda, thank you, Sandy. Just Rhonda says, if Mercan's little girl can speak out, President Trump should be able to say whatever the HE double hockey sticks he wants to.
Anna Sullivan with their children, 4-year-old Arabella and their 7-month-old twins, Amelia and Christian. The Georgia state government stole Corey and Diana's children because Amelia has multiple diagnosed medical conditions, and the government doesn't want to acknowledge it. Corey was also arrested and faces decades in prison for a crime that never happened. The Sullivan family has been living a nightmare ever since. We're going to end that nightmare for them. And at the end of this video, I'm going to tell you how you can help. But first, I'm going to give you the backstory here. Corey and Diana met in middle school, married at 21, and started their family. Their children were all born by in vitro fertilization. Corey and Diana struggled with infertility issues for 14 years. They spent most of their life savings on IVF procedures to get pregnant with Arabella. When Arabella was 2 years old, the Sullivans wanted nothing more than to give their daughter a brother or sister. Corey and Diana once again used IVF, and they got the greatest news ever. It worked, and Diana was pregnant with twins.
Yeah, I saw that.
Arabella would have a little brother and sister. But there were some complications.
I'm fine with
Amelia
leaving mud hens
had
because it's pretty much
separate
all that happens
placentas,
there.
and during pregnancy, Diana experienced severe complications with Amelia. Christian was thriving and developing normally, but Amelia was not. She had high protein levels and was not gaining weight like Christian was. During the third trimester, Diana had higher than average protein levels, and doctors feared that Amelia was not getting enough oxygen and nutrients due to restricted blood flow to the placenta. Doctors told Diana that if she delivered naturally, it would likely crush every bone in Amelia's tiny body. So the twins were delivered by emergency C-section. At the time of her birth, Amelia weighed just 3 pounds, and she spent 42 days in the NICU. During her gestation and after her birth, Amelia was diagnosed with intrauterine growth restriction, anemia, low platelets, limited bone mineral deposition, delayed bone development, hyperchloremic acidosis, generalized demineralization of the spine, and softness of the bones. But despite all of that, this sweet little girl survived pregnancy and is still going as strong as she can. And we now know why Amelia had so many issues. Recently, Diana was diagnosed with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, or EDS. It's a genetic disorder that explains all of the complications that she experienced with Amelia. Now, 7 weeks after Amelia was discharged from the NICU, she was still very underweight and her right leg began to swell. If she did eat, she would immediately throw up. Unable to keep her formula and life-sustaining vitamins down, Corey and Diana rushed Amelia to Southeast Georgia Health System. Doctors there saw that her femur was fractured, and they also noticed that she had several rib fractures in various stages of healing. These fractures were later determined by an independent doctor to have very likely occurred in utero and are very possibly the result of Amelia having EDS herself. Amelia was referred to Wolfson's Children's Hospital in Jacksonville, Florida. Now, if you follow me and the other stories of government abuse that we've uncovered, this will start to sound very familiar and very infuriating. At Wolfson's, Dr. Barbara Knox, a child abuse physician, ignored Amelia's medical history and decided that she had been abused. She literally just ignored everything and said, yeah, no, she's obviously being abused. Because the Sullivans are Georgia residents, the Georgia Department of Family and Children's Services, or DFACS, was notified, and local law enforcement requested the assistance of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, or GBI. In December of 2023, and again, despite conclusive, independent medical opinions and findings to the contrary, Corey was arrested by GBI Special Agent Thomas Kimmelblatt and charged with first-degree cruelty to children and aggravated battery against Amelia. That agent, without conducting any real investigation, relied solely on the opinion of Dr. Knotts when he applied for and received the arrest warrants. Had he actually investigated, he would have immediately discovered Amelia's long medical history explaining her injuries. And had Dr. Knox actually done her job, DFACS and GBI would have never been contacted in the first place. It has now been 3 months since all of this happened, and Corey has yet to be indicted by a grand jury for a very obvious reason. The state knows that all of the evidence points to Corey's innocence and to the government's guilt. If these circumstances sound familiar, they should. The Sullivan case is eerily similar to that of the Hernandez and Timms families. Their children also have diagnosed medical conditions and have had their children stolen by DFACS because a child abuse physician just decided to call it abuse. They also are facing criminal charges for abuse that did not happen, as well as the possibility that they'll never see their children again. Now let's talk about Dr. Knox for a moment. Dr. Barbara Knox is the former head of the Child Protection Program in Madison, Wisconsin, as well as Alaska Cares, a state-supported clinic operated by Providence Alaska Medical Center. Why is she formerly with them? Because she has a pattern of falsely accusing parents of child abuse and has pressured colleagues to find abuse in children where none existed. Every single staff member at Alaska Cares who worked for or with Dr. Knox resigned because of her unprofessional conduct. Alaska Cares investigated Dr. Knox and determined that her diagnoses failed to meet their standard of care. She resigned from both positions soon after. Despite this documented history of abuse of her position, Dr. Knox was hired by Wolfson's and is trusted by the Georgia state government to determine whether or not children are being abused. I'm going to say that again. The Georgia state government has entrusted the role of finding out whether or not children are being abused with a woman who has a long history of fraudulently claiming that children have been abused and pressuring her colleagues to back up her fraudulent claims. If you take your child to Wolfson's with any medical issue, this woman will be the one deciding if you abuse them or not. And earlier this month at the Sullivan's family court hearing, things got much worse. Their judge has ordered non-reunification. This means that the Sullivan children may be permanently taken from Corey and Diana and placed for adoption. Corey and Diana would have to pay $2,000 a month in child support and may never see their children ever again. Corey's criminal charges are still pending because, again, the state knows that all evidence points to their guilt and not Corey's. This family and all the other families whose nightmares we've uncovered in Georgia have suffered enough at the hands of an out-of-control governmental system. Corey and Diana's children need to be in their home with their parents, and Corey needs to be free from the threat of felony prosecution. We're going to get this family reunited and put this nightmare behind them. Here's how you can help. First, go to youarethepower.net/Sullivan. We've got a list of officials to contact and a template of wording that you can use when you email or call them. Go to that link and tell those officials to respect this family and stop tearing them apart. And look, before you contact them, just remember, I know you're angry, so am I, but let's not give these officials the opportunity to play the victim. Oh no, why is everyone being so mean to me? I'm just doing my job. You know how they are. They'd love nothing more than to make it about themselves. But it's not about them. And it's not about what we think of them. It is about Corey, Diana, Arabella, Amelia, and Christian Sullivan. It is about reuniting them and getting these charges dropped and ending this nightmare for good. So please be respectful when you contact these officials. Please stick to the facts and ask them to do the right thing. We've even got a wording template that you can use to get your point across. We all know that government officials care about what's politically expedient. Let's make it politically expedient for them to drop these charges and reunite this family. Then, once you've done that, come back here and share this video far and wide and tag your family and your loved ones in the comments. Tag your favorite influencers and talking heads and celebrities. Tag everyone else you can think of. We want everyone to know about this so that we can get as many people as possible to help us in reuniting the Sullivan family. With your help, we will reunite this family like we've helped so many others. Now let's do it. Love y'all.
Almost over. Your ride's almost done. We're going to get to ride into that sunset. So it's going to be nice. But you ain't to the sunset just quite yet. And I'm sorry that you're not there yet. You know, riding down the dusty trail. But before you get to the dusty trail, recording in buildings is nothing to be afraid of. Y'all have a security system that you have to go through to get into your front door. Right? Okay. So if somebody's in this building and they ask somebody to not follow them around, it might just be a good idea not to do that. That's all we're saying. Right? They're just having a conversation. Right. Anyway, I got some records I need from the sheriff's department.
What you've done already has got you ready. But yeah,
I like your boots. What kind of boots are
pretty much that's all we have going on right now.
You should treat us better.
Ostrich? Now, can I get you to identify yourself?
Yeah, but
I need your identification so I can get your body camera, sir. Thank you. Can I get you to identify yourself?
Oh, geez.
Detective Michael Merritt, Comanche County Sheriff's Department.
What was it? I'm sorry.
Detective Michael Merritt, Comanche County.
Hey, nice to meet you, Mike. How are you? We're coming in.
What's this again?
We're coming in. All right. I need the last 20 use of force reports. 20. See, you have a hard time hearing too. I'm telling you. The last 20 use of force reports from any officer on the department. The last 20 reports related to any arrests for resisting arrest, and the last 20 reports related to any arrest for assault and battery on a police officer or sheriff's officer.
You don't have it. I can't just bring that.
No. I understand. You might have to print it up, and I can come back tomorrow. No big deal.
We can't help you on that right now.
What do you mean you can't help me on that? You can't give me copies of use of force reports? Use of force reports?
I just told you we do not have all that together right now.
No, I understand that. I understand that. No, I understand that, but you can take down what I'm asking for, and you can get it for me, and I can come back tomorrow.
I heard what you said, and we'll look and see what we got. I don't know that I have any report because I don't have that many people upset about the way we're.
No. Every time your officers go hands on, they have to fill out a use of force reports, right?
I think
So you're not going to give me records?
You want to stand in here making an argument?
I'm not making it. I'm trying to get records, sir. I'm trying to get records. The last 20 use of force reports. You're ordering me to leave under threat of arrest?
No, I'm telling you, I'm not going to arrest you. I'm going to escort you to the door.
This is a publicly accessible area?
Let's go.
I choose to not leave here. I'm going to stand here and do my records request.
You want somebody to run that, grabbing the whole.
Yeah, you're going to have to push me out of here if you want me out of here.
Go back out. I don't need public records.
I want public records, sir.
Is this a public area?
I'm declining your request to please leave.
You're not going to get the records today. So,
okay. Ma'am, are you a records request person? Does somebody normally come request records from you? Do you have a form for records? Most places have a form for
we don't
records.
Have a form.
You don't have a form?
No.
And is there any other records custodian I can go to?
No. This is it here.
And you're refuting any government records?
Right now.
You don't have, well, what about your policy and procedure manual?
I don't have what you're asking, so I'd have to see.
I'd like to review those documents that are behind her desk right there.
You're not going to.
I'd like to review those documents that are right there. I'd like to review those documents that are right there. Why not? They're open records. I'd like to review that stuff that's back there. You're not doing anything, right? You're just about as worthless as the lieutenant, huh? What is it? Worthless as tits on a boar hog? Is that what the saying is? Since you're wearing a cowboy hat.
I got ladies here.
Oh, because tits on a boar hog is offensive to you. Tits on a boar hog is offensive to you.
I don't want you to be talking like that.
I understand what you want. I want you to give me records, but we're not getting what we want here today.
You get the records today. We'll have to see. I ask you to give me the piece of paper what you're asking, and I'll go ask the DA what he wants me to get you.
Well, how about I go ask the DA and I'll just come back? I'll go ask the DA and come back to you. All right, thank you. Where's the DA's office?
That dude right there. Sheriff. Question. Your name right there. That's right there. While you were in here having a professional conversation, he looks through this window and he gives me a funny look. And this is my point. I'm not talking to him, Sheriff.
He's one of those. He's one of those black cops, huh? What do they call those black cops in LA? What are they?
Please let me speak. That's my problem. Right there. Because at the end of the day, we can say whatever we want. We're not touching nobody or anything. He's taking it personal. No one's being personal. We're trying to fix the law. And this is my point.
Uncle Tom is what they call you, right?
To do it, but we can't have your officers.
The house slave.
Making look. I'm sitting down. I'm not standing, sir. I was sitting down. He comes, closes the door like a child, and looks through the window and makes a funny face. That's childish. So I'm just telling you. I get it. I'm not even going to write it down. I'm just telling you, man to man. That's what's not okay.
It doesn't matter though. He doesn't care.
And that's not fair. I get it. You guys are having your spat, but that doesn't include me and him. You see what I'm saying? I don't even know that dude. Thank you.
And he doesn't give two shits anyway. So Sheriff, again, you're not going to give us any records, right?
Not right now, I guess.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for breaking the law. Hey, how do I citizens arrest you? I'd like to citizens arrest you under Title 21, Sheriff.
You want to arrest me?
Yes, sir. Under Title 21, I'd like to place him under arrest, officer. I need to take you to a judge. I'd have to grab you. The statute says I have to physically grab you. I'm not going to grab you. Well, I said the statute says I have to grab. The statute says take physical control is what the statute says. I'm talking about what the law says. I'm telling you I'd prefer not to do that. No, I'm not going to do that, sir. What I'm telling you is the statute says that you have to take possession of somebody and then take him to the judge. Instead of doing that, since I don't want to do that, and this guy's already told me he's going to hurt me if I do, will you go with me to the judge so I can place you under arrest? So can you go with me to the judge so I can place you under arrest? Well, how do I place you under arrest then?
Adios.
You just nothing. You're not going to enforce the law. Dereliction of duty. It's Title 21. You want to look it up? You don't care?
I don't care what you're saying.
You understand citizens have the right to do a citizen's arrest, right? Unless I want to do a hard time deal here. What do you mean a hard time deal here? Are you threatening me, Sheriff?
I'm telling you, if you want to grab me.
I didn't say I'm going to grab you. I said the statute says that. I said the statute says that, right? I didn't say I was going to grab you, did I? No, I said the statute says that. I said, will you go with me voluntarily to the judge? Will you go voluntarily with me to the judge so I can place you under arrest? Why not? I'm going to. I'm going to go talk to the judge about that too. I'm just going to I'm going to watch you walk away first, and then I'll leave. I want to stare at your ass on the way out.
But I just asked you.
I want to stare at your ass on the way out. You did ask me. Mama said I didn't have a very good job at listening when I was a kid. Just walk away. I don't have to keep talking to you if you walk away. I just want to get a good shot of that. Come on. It's a badonkadonk there. I trust that was less polite than he's just being talked to. Oops. We're at the district attorney's office. 502. 5.
Oh, he's still in the office.
Yeah.
Oh, this is, hey, y'all, this is the Comanche County Sheriff's Department. This is the Comanche County Sheriff's Department. The Comanche County Sheriff's Department. What you doing?
Record request that I forgot to do yesterday.
Oh, they're going to let you do one, but not me? Funny how that works out. Will you write my request on there? I texted them to you yesterday. All right, we're going up to 5. All right, y'all want to go to 5 to the DA?
They get so emotional.
Well, I don't really know what to say at this point.
But you didn't shut down another building. That's what you
I shut down another building? Oh, no, I shut down another building. I am good at that. All right, 5. Let's go see if we can shut down the DA's office. Do this every week. Look, so let's talk about something. You're black. You can't do this like I can. Look. See, look. Talk to cops like that, not always go to jail. Now, sometimes I do, but
One day they come up back, maybe white man can't jump.
but that's about the only thing that comes from white privilege. I gotta tell you. DA's office.
They already said
Closed for lunch.
Closed for lunch. What time's? We'll come back. We'll come back. We'll come back. All right. Well, we got to go to the detention center. Yeah, that's a different thing. All right, guys. Well, I guess that's about. Should we go to the detention center real quick? Let's go to the detention center.
You done talked to Kenny, so you know he ain't gonna give you nothing. You know he ain't gonna give you nothing, so why go?
No, the detention center is not run by the sheriff.
County, you think the county commissioner and all them gonna give you?
No, I don't care if they give it to me. The whole point is to show that they won't give it to us, Jerry.
Okay,
Let's go show that they won't give it to
How do we
us.
get over there? Walk down around the door?
Yeah, go down all the way out and then go to the thing.
I just
And we go do at. I got a whole list of records I want from them. They got all kinds of problems over there.
Mike's still upstairs. Mike's still downstairs.
Okay, well, we'll catch them on the way out. We'll catch them on the way out. Look, they weren't pissed off at Michael. They were pissed off at me. Michael's all right.
You notice that 44 on his hip?
I did, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's like
The nickel chrome.
Yeah, 44. So why the hell is he carrying a 44 mag?
Because he's the sheriff, and that's what they do. And, like, he ain't pulling that gun out to use it. Like, motherfucker, that ain't a service. Right. Right. When was the last time he Get arrested. You didn't get arrested. How was that?
Oh, probably just to say the same thing.
Time. Where are we going? We were coming to get you to one. Then we're going to go to the CCDC, Comanche County Detention Center. We're going to go see if we can help some inmates. Hey, how about some super chats? How about some super chats? How about some dinero? This costs money. You need dinero? $2, $5, make you holler. $10, sucky, love you, long time. $5, fucky. No, I'm not supposed to say that on Facebook. All right.
Have a good day.
What kind of court clerk? Robert Morales. Oh, I didn't. I needed to go to the judge. I gotta go. Where's the judge? I gotta go to the judge's office first. Who's the district judge? Is there any? What's lunch? I'll come back after lunch. Everybody's gone to lunch. I'll come back after lunch. I gotta try to citizens arrest y'all sheriff when I get back. He wouldn't let me arrest him myself. He said he'd beat my ass or something like that. All right, let's.
Definitely not used to someone talking to him like that, is he?
No, I could tell that as soon as I said one thing, and I got that. I see that reaction, and then I just start. Look. Yeah, here's the thing. If you react, I see things pretty quickly and pull off of it. So, all right, where are we going? Where's the detention center? Is it still recording or no? Is it?
Kept shutting off every little bit. I kept hitting the button. Hey, what happened? Yeah, I thought the card was full. Huh? I thought the card was full. It did, but it's still showing me. See, you can do that right there.
Here, turn it off. We'll go get a new card. We're right here at the truck anyway.
Ron, you know I'm paying right through here.
You're paying for this.
Didn't you hear Johnny Owens up there when he said you brought your friends? That's Comanche County citizen talk.
Yeah.
Oh, they're gonna come after me.
What do you mean?
Sorry about that. They're gonna retaliate.
But you understand, it's 2.5 hours.
I appreciate it.
The sheriff, detective that told me that I was guilty even after everything was dismissed, told me keep posting what you're posting on Facebook and I'm gonna get you. You didn't know, you didn't hear that.
No, I didn't hear that. Did you get it on camera?
Yes, I got it on camera.
Well, you know.
So you follow me on Facebook, and he said, "Oh, I follow everybody."
Wow. Wow. Jerry, will you take this live?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll.
I guess if you speak up about corruption, they follow you on Facebook.
Hey, they don't have my name. Let them try to follow me.
Anything I say on Facebook, I'll tell you to your face. Man, that's just ridiculous.
You know, I don't hide behind shit. I'm 56 years old. Why should I?
You can slander me, but if I post the truth on Facebook, all of a sudden it's slander. They have immunity. Seriously, I was reading the other day. It's a special kind of immunity they call it. Judges, lawyers,
Qualified immunity. All of them have it.
And I said, well, what? Yeah, when you violate rights, you lose qualified immunity.
Yep. When you violate somebody's rights, you lose that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I was sick. I said they can just lie. There's actually judges now trying to destroy qualified immunity.
They are. They need to. They shouldn't be treated no different than us.
That's what pissed me off in there now. The nasty attitude. Them dudes they're so arrogant in their corruptness. Those are guys that used to fight growing up.
The little black guy just came out of nowhere. Who was he?
Looking like
Rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots, and a sexy body full of tat.